Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Pokemon. First, you're probably thinking, oh my god, you're streaming early. No, I'm not. Unfortunately, thanks to some airbrained, moronic idiots amongst the leadership of the country that I live in, we still have daylight savings time. So, despite multitudinous reports and evidence and information of the financial cost of doing so, never mind the obvious costs to physical health, mental health, and literal death, we still have daylight savings time. So, that's cool. But, oh yeah, no, what happened, I forget the exact specifics, but like one of the two congressional bodies was like, here's the bill. And the other body was like, no. And do you know why, Von Falkenstein? It's really funny, the reason. Yeah, Bladeval is correct. They could not decide on which exact time to stick with. It's the most ridiculous, bonkers, stupid thing in the universe. It's probably an excuse, if we're being honest, but that is the stated reason. So they couldn't decide which time to stick with. I do have good news, though. I spent what little of my morning I had hanging out with a friend, but then I spent the rest of what morning I had manually typing up the thank you list. So I don't know who our majority holders are, and I don't know who put it on the list, and I don't know anything else, but I do know the names, so shoutouts and thank yous to Blade Chaval, Nameless Baron, Shadow Machine, Alex Corbianiki, Maverick, Cathorse, MPPY, Doom Rider, Zlartek, Ethan Dowie, Floating Triangles, Jordan Freemeyer, NLD Classic Game Lover, Malin, Ryman, Russ, Omega Legion, Jesse's Mask, Dame Celeste, Reximus, Arsky, MS Cardo, Unicorn Scotch, 2 Base Master, Jinja Ninja, Blue Dragon EXE, Braddington, Pika, Caspian, The Castle Maker, Krenzler, Kieran Elior, Wildcard, The Little Billy, Psycloud, Wild Blue, and Bragwin. Thank you, all of you, for whatever you donate. You appreciate it. All right, so let's go kill Pokemon. There's nothing to see here. No, I am not, Ect. Damn it. Still trying to figure out the controls. My favorite part is for those other countries who have daylight savings time still. We're going to be a minute. Like, we're off-center. Because we have daylight savings time at different times. So, you know, that's cool. Seriously? Hit the damn thing. Ah! I mean, how you define it doesn't matter. The clocks have moved forward. That's the only part that matters. And thank you, Act. That's a good question, Emo. But I believe I asked you your opinion. I demand your expert opinion, or I will destroy everything you've ever known. No, my sister got me this specifically for this run. None other. Really? Come on, game. There, we now have a wormhole. I remember not enjoying them, if that counts. Oh yeah, speaking of which, ignoring the obvious Breath of the Wild influences here, several of the sound effects are quite literally copy-pasted from Breath of the Wild. I hate you, Evo. Oh wow, 2v1. That's interesting. I didn't even know that was possible. Holy crap. No! It says Mirror Star. Jesus! I'm just getting Shrek'd over here. That was my heavy. I mean, pretty much Crazy Horse. A 15-year-old child dropped into a foreign timeline with no warning or anything whatsoever, and he's fine. I mean, if people always make fun of me when I say that Pokemon is an idyllic setting, and it's like, no, it really is. Jeez, he's trying to kill me here. Alright, can we... If we can. Actually... Let's go ahead and heal up. Let's see what Eva thinks of the town, because... Really. You know, a lot of people compare this game to PS2 games. Am I the only one who remembers how awful PS2 games looked? Is that just me? Hydra Whisperer. I probably wouldn't try Hexia, because legendaries are pathetic, worthless, terrible, insignificant nobodies. And Loa are Loa. PS3? Yeah, I'll buy PS3. PS2? Yeah, no. Just the render radius alone crushes the PS2. And that's ignoring the fact that the PS2 is just Blurville. I'll give you. Or again, PS3. Well, all these suck. Like, seriously, all of these suck. We shall have golden hair. I think the visuals look fine. I'm not exactly singing their praises, you know me. But in all honesty, I actually think the game looks perfectly fine. The biggest issue I have is with the pop-in, among other things. And the animations could be better. I think that would be a better place for them to spend their time and money on. Don't mistake me, I appreciate good visuals. After all, I have like 5 separate categories of the review where I track visuals. But at the end of the day, what I really want is a good game, if that makes any sense. Now, a big part of a good game, especially a game like this, is what I call viscerality, and that goes back to the animations I just talked about. Yeah, I don't like any of these. We'll go with that. Yeah, sure. At the moment, we don't have any traversal other than fast travel, which is obvious. I mean, honestly, that kind of depends on the game series in question, Crazy Norse. Historical... Well, actually, hang on. Historical context is always important, but it's also not always something I care enough about to bother with, for lack of a better way to put that. Let me try to use an example here. You know what? I've got an example right off the top of my head. If and when we ever start reviewing Assassin's Creed games, I'm going to pretty much veto Assassin's Creed 1 10 times out of 10. Or if not veto, then I will never actually put dealer's choice towards it. Because I have no interest in reviewing Assassin's Creed 1. I don't think it's worth reviewing. By contrast, I was one of the people pushing for reviewing Metroid 1 and Zelda 1 for both of those franchises. Where was that? I didn't actually capture one yet. Now, for example, I actually do want to review Pokemon Gen 1 someday. But by contrast, I have no interest in reviewing... Oh, gosh. Ratchet and Clank 1. Might be a good answer for that. Which is funny, because I know that that's actually on the block, but still. Or on the list, rather. Because it's the worst game ever made, Act. Ever. But a more accurate answer might be the same reason why I disliked reviewing Jack 1. I remember the Jack 1 run. That run sucked. That run actually got me angry. Like, legitimately angry. Like, I don't know what else to add to that. Assassin's Creed 1 is definitely one of those good for the time kind of games. And absolutely a game that has not aged well. Oh, I know, Ect, I know. I've had a few of those people poke in on my ruminations on Ratchet & Clank 1 and the reboot. And, yeah. They left some loverly comments for me. Daylight savings time, Giga. What about? Well, I didn't enjoy Ratchet & Clank 1. And I didn't. On either a gameplay or a story axis. The gameplay was rough, crude, and broken. And the story was actually irritating. I preferred Ratchet & Clank the reboot. Which is a really solid, smooth, fun game to play with great gameplay and level design and bosses and viscerality and kit and weapons and everything. And the story was there. It's about what I can say. It did make me laugh more than once. I will actually give the reboot that. It got a laugh out of me more than once. But I will admit, I'm not a fan of the Ratchet & Clank series. So I kind of don't have any investment in it. Congratulations, Evu. That puts you in the majority. Which is part of why I was asking. The demo for Violet. Well, I should probably stop gathering stuff. So let's see, where are we at with Shinxes? We need to, let's see. We need to use a Shinx and use Quick Attack. We also need to level our Shinx. Actually, I did, Evo. Evo's not listening to me. I always knew. Do the textures look blurry? No, not at all. I mean, if I get right up on them, the textures are a bit blurry, but like at this distance, no. Now there's some pixelation going on, because they apparently don't know how to do resolution properly, but there's no blur. And yeah, the bloom is ridiculous. I really wish I could just turn off the bloom in every game ever, actually. The real thing that's going to determine how this game works for me is how good the game is, I think. To explain that a little bit. A game that doesn't particularly have good visuals, but is a really, really good game, is going to work better for me than a game that has good visuals and doesn't have good game under the hood, right? Undertale, you know? Oh, I agree with it can be better. I'm not trying to make excuses. What I'm trying to say is the game now needs to prove that it's worth the bad visuals, or at least the suboptimal visuals, in order to justify it. If they actually really shoved themselves into the gameplay, and the gameplay's solid, okay. If they didn't, then the question immediately becomes, what the hell have you been spending your time on? God damn it. Yeah, exactly, Act. I could have forgiven Starfield's visuals if the game was solid. After all, I like Oblivion. And I'm sorry, Oblivion is not a particularly good-looking game. And no, you cannot quite. I should actually go craft some more soon. I do admit so far the cutscenes have been impressing me a lot more than just like the open area. Like I pointed this out earlier, there's actual, you know, camera work and animation and little bits of visual style and direction that go into the cutscenes, which I appreciate. But like, just looking out at this is unimpressive. Full real-time Pokemon. I don't know. Well, actually, it's more like gameplay, story, graphics, but yeah, great stories. If I'm being honest, I always prefer gameplay and story. But if you put a gun to my head, I'll take gameplay over story. 10 times out of 10. Okay. Let me... Hang on, let's actually look at these. Oh yeah, so speaking of which, info in-game, similar to Shield. Actually, I was looking at this last night because I was playing a little bit with my niece. Similar to Shield, there is an inordinate quantity of information in-game, preventing some of the wiki-itis that is so endemic to the Pokemon series. So that's always nice. Yeah, only took him a little while. And, oh yeah, and obviously you can see the exact stat of the moves and blah, 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 blah. And the Pokemon themselves are okay. Yeah, again, the battle animations is probably my biggest complaint with these games. It has been, I'd say, ever since they went to 3D, but that would be a lie because the GameCube ones, the Wii and the GameCube ones, actually had some pretty solid 3D animation, which they just threw out the window for some reason. Ever since, I want to say, Gen 6 with X and Y, the battle animations have just been the same. And I really wish they'd sit down, even if they standardized them. I wish they'd just sit down and just come up with really cool battle animations for all the attacks. They have so many different moves and so many different attacks from so many different Pokemon. And I know what you're thinking. That's a lot of work. Yes, it is. You're Game Freak. You have more money than God. Go do it. You can afford to not release a new Pokemon game this year. Go do your job. There actually are no real benefits to that, Crazy Horse. I'm probably going to get rid of one of these once I gain the ability to do so, which apparently I don't have yet. Let's scooch you up here. And... yeah, I would also be fine with some recycling if the animations were legit, which of course they're not. We haven't managed to capture a Togepi yet. Yeah, no, exactly hazardous. Like, there really is no excuse at this point. Also true, Meat Fist. No. Like, I know that I myself have made the argument that money doesn't solve everything. And it's true, it doesn't. Looking at you, Amazon. But money does open doors. Like, for example, allowing you to develop a game for longer. Or being able to hire more people to work specifically on battle animations. Like, I'm sorry, whoops. The solution is right there staring at them. And what really, really frustrates me, because this has pissed me off for literal years at this point, is how... actually, no, let's level him. Is how so many different movies and games both have been hampered because, oh, we gotta make the toy sales. I understand. Toy sales make more money than the games or movies themselves. I do get that. I just kind of don't care. There's also this myth that executives seem to have, that if you don't strike while the iron is hot, if you don't release the toys at the exact same right time as you release the movie and or game, then you're not going to be able to make sales. It's not going to happen. No, that's not how that works on any level. Let me use a specific example. So what tends to happen is they design the new stuff. We'll say Pokemon, for example. And the new Pokemon are designed. Cool. Immediately after designing it, they send that information out. Whoops! Okay, we're okay. They send that information out, and the models and the meshes and all that fun stuff, to the toy makers, who then start making the toys. And the toy makers go through the manufacturers, and the manufacturers tell them this is when we'll have it out. Those then go to the distributors. The distributors say this is when we'll be able to sell these. Once the distributors tell them when they'll be able to sell them, that's their deadline. Once their deadline is there, they say, okay, and then they turn around and to sell Game Freak, this is your deadline for making your game. That's stupid on so many different levels that I am actually blown away that they do that and have done that for decades. What they could do, they could, there's so many different options, I don't even know where to start. They could just sit on their stock until the game's ready to go. They could release the stock early. They could release the stock later. They could not give the information to the game, to the manufacturers until they've finished the game. Like, you cannot tell me that people wouldn't want to buy, random example, a Mewtwo doll now, despite the fact that he hasn't really been relevant for several years. Because it's Mewtwo. Mewtwo's a bad example because he keeps coming back. Let's see, what's a Pokemon that's really just endemic to Gen 1 and isn't really in a lot of other things? Clefairy. You cannot tell me to my face that people wouldn't buy a Clefairy now. Or Onyx. Or, if I really, really want to smash the lead on this one, how many people do you think would be willing to buy toys, models, kits from Return of the Jedi, which came out 40 years ago? Now. Yeah, I was going to say, Lego has certainly been proving that one true. And that's my point. It is so backwards and stupid for game and movie, because this affects both equally, to have these rushed, crunched deadline releases in order to meet a toy sales date. It is so bonkers stupid that is set like that, and it has demonstrably ruined movies and games for decades. And for those of you not putting two and two together, forgive me, this is the exact reason why several recent Pokemon games, counting this one and Pokemon Violet, had rushed development. Now, in the interest of honesty, it is within the realm of possibility that even given the time and development, they would not have actually fixed their freaking games to the point of acceptability. I don't know about that. But they were not even allowed to decide that, because instead they were told, here's your release date. I think if they were going to go with real-time, it would actually work better functionally as an RTS. Even if you were only controlling one Pokemon at a time, the overall control scheme of an RTS. I think that's how I would go that if I was going that direction. Oops. Yeah, no kidding, Mizuno. One of the biggest things, this is not a joke, one of the biggest things that has me excited for Pokemon Legends ZA is the fact that it's not coming out this year. If that game was coming out this year, I'd be like, yeah, no, I'm good. Alright, let's go and advance the quest. Well, hang on, let's talk to this person first. What do you got? Yeah. Around here, you'll find a Pokemon called Buizel. It's got an aggressive disposition. Yeah, I noticed one earlier. That means if you try to hit it with its moves, just like a Shinx, and it'll try to hit you with its moves, just like a Shinx, and you'll need to battle it to catch it. Speaking of which, your research tasks for Buizel include seeing it use a certain move. Let's battle it. Yep, let's use a fire type against a water type. I predict nothing but good things here. Oh yeah, there's the turn order, by the way. Interesting. I mean, the Gen 5 sprites were pretty legit, so... there we go. Yeah, that's the other thing. That's the thing that, admittedly, I do fully agree with people on. Is it fine as it is? I do think it looks fine as is. Do I think it could look better? Abso-frickin-lutely. One other thing we were talking about last night is how little excuse they have to have this kind of performance issues in an open-world game, even on the Switch. I know what you're thinking, but it's the Switch and it's terrible. Counter-argument, Xenoblade 3. Also Mario Odyssey. And Breath of the Wild. And Tears of the Kingdom. Here's the really funny thing. How many of you can spot the thread between every game I just mentioned? Optimization is correct, but actually, every single one of the games I just mentioned had an optimization pass by a company that didn't actually make the game itself. Well, kind of. Monolith Soft. They're the ones who actually make the Xenoblade games. They're the ones who made Xenoblade X run smoothly on the Wii U. And if you don't understand how impressive that is, you've not seen the Wii U or Xenoblade X. Good night, Evo. Have good sleeps. Yeah, see, if we do quick attack, we actually get 2 attacks in per his because of the speed variance. Thank you, Minister. I should probably catch at least one of these. That's another example. Skyward Sword, which also got a polishing quest. I don't know if Monolith Soft did any work with Skyward Sword. Uncertain. God, look at that. Look at the trees. Do you see that? That's why that's already a negative, regardless of personal preference. Graphics issues are unacceptable. Yeah, I was just thinking, this might be the kind of game where I don't actually, for example, field a lot of onyxes. Or steel types in general. Oh yeah, we need to look at the water. I'll do that in a second. You are not allowed to criticize Pokemon. It is the most perfectly amazing thing ever. Let's try out the water. Oh, we're definitely slower in the water. Sadly, this is already better than Starfield water, which is sort of pathetic. Doesn't look great. Not gonna lie to you, but that is better than Starfield water. No, I have no interest in praising Pal World. It is still vetoed for a reason. Hazardous, have I ever stopped making fun of Ride to Hell Retribution? Oh, and yes, I'm putting Starfield on the level of Ride to Hell Retribution. You did quite well for yourself. Here, a little reward. Your own crafting kit. Nothing, Ect. Nothing will change my mind on that. A kit containing everything you might need for crafting, even when there's no workbench around. You can only use materials you have in your satchel. And now I can make potions. Woo. No shinies yet. Yeah, I'm not interested in slave labor simulator, thanks. That's why I say nothing's going to change my mind on that. Like, when the core gameplay is something that's just, ugh, to me, I'm good. It reminds me, there's a the webcomic. Showing my age there. There's a series of YouTube shorts, which are, If Pokedex Entries Were Real, I believe is what it's called. And I don't find them funny. Because every single one of them leans into the, you know, haha, Pokemon is actually secretly this horrifically nightmarish, dangerous, violent, bloody, horrific, eldritch abomination setting. And that's pretty much right up there with claiming that the Federation is a bunch of fascists. It's like, yeah, okay, you've immediately lost me, congrats. So I have no interest because I don't find the joke funny. I hate YouTube Shorts. I actually kind of refuse to watch them. Pretty much just as a form of protest. What really amuses me is how many YouTubers will release a short that's just a clip from their actual YouTube video. Because, you know, they have to release shorts to stay up on the algorithm. Because if you don't release shorts, your channel gets buried. I should know. Thank you very much for the donation, Little Pixie Nerd. Give me a moment. That's going towards FF7R1, FF7R2, and Horizon, Forbidden West. You got it. Ah, shoot, where'd the other one go? That's another one around here. Oh yeah, making money with ad revenue on YouTube isn't really feasible for most people anymore. You ever wonder why people with millions of views, or at least hundreds of thousands of views, go out of their way to still get sponsors? Yeah, I'm kind of glad I walked away from YouTube as an income source for a very, very long time ago. Oh no, they're stupid, Von Falkenstein. I agree completely. It's why I've never taken them seriously. Can I read one? Sure. See you around, Little Pixie Nerd. Have a good Sunday. Okay, sure, we'll go with Relicanth. If I can find it here. Relicanth. The reason this Pokemon hasn't changed at all in 100 million years is that it's apparently already the perfect life form. If you feel a sudden chill going over your back, it means Gengar is approaching. There is no escaping it. Give up. If a child it has made friends with is bullied, Drampa will find the bully's house and burn it to the ground. This is one I see made fun of a lot of, but in fact, it's a good one. If you are burned by the flames it shoots from its mouth, the pain will never go away. Yeah, that's a bit of a classic, admittedly. Never. Yeah, no, Pokédex entries are dumb. They always have been. I don't think I've seen any yet. Whoop. Let me hit all the wrong buttons here. Yeah, I guess I don't have any yet. Let's kill 3 more Bidoofs really quick. I mean, defeat. Brutally murder. I mean... Pass out. I mean, Pokédex entries being written by 10-year-olds actually makes a weird amount of sense. And is the kind of thing that I wish they would actually lean into. But to my knowledge has never been officially confirmed. Good morning, Dante Bronson. It makes perfect sense, and it is absolutely the kind of crap that a 10-year-old would write. And I mean, that has been true since forever. Like, honestly, we could point to a lot of ridiculous Pokédex entries, but most of the ones from Gen 1 and 2 are some of the most ridiculous, childlike ones. Hey, Colgrim. Nope, I did not, Colgrim. Although Colgrim does not live in the United States. You've ousted yourself, sir. That's a good question. I don't admittedly know that much about the history of Gen 1 to answer that. I know tidbits about Gen 1, but only tidbits. Ow. Yep. Before we head back, we'll grab some berries. I do like how gathering works in this, by the way. MMOs take note. How you gather is you accidentally toss your Pokemon at another Pokemon, get stuck into a battle you didn't actually want to be in. Yes to both questions, Hero. Why do you ask? But yeah, just fire and forget, and it just grabs it as you're going by. I do like that. As I was talking about yesterday, one of the things I appreciate about more modern Pokemon games is the removal of seconds and minutes. As much as there are several aspects of core design of older Pokemon games that are superior to modern ones, the seconds and minutes absolutely pushes me more towards the modern ones than the old ones. Like, we saw that when we were reviewing Gen 5 right next to Gen 8. It was just night and day between the two. Yeah, we can ditch the friggin' intro. Seconds in minutes. Crazy horse. Yeah, thanks, Germany. Yeah, micro padding. I've actually called it seconds and minutes for a long time, and I just made that official, like, last year, I want to say. It was pretty recently. Maybe 2 years ago. I don't know, it's been a minute. Let's talk about survey reports. It's the morning report. When you submit survey reports, you receive money based on the level and number of Pokemon you've caught. You'll receive more money if you fulfill certain conditions, such as catching a species for the first time. And no, I have not, Colgrim. Ooh, money. So, for example, we're now researched. We're done with Cyndaquil and Shinx. Oh, sorry. Hails from the Johto region, though usually curls into a ball due to timid disposition, it harbors tremendous firepower. Shakes its body to generate electricity. Its stature belies its aggression. One must be patient to tame this Pokemon. And I don't have anything else yet. Hey, 4 more levels for Bidoof. 6 more levels for Starly. 6 there, 6 there. Made good progress on these research tasks, Laura. I do believe you're ready to move up in rank. Let's get ourselves a star. And then we'll go fight a boss, maybe. We got, like, for example, Metroid Prime 1 Original has a load time on doors, which is understandable. It's literally loading the next area and adjacent areas. Having said that, if we were to review the original Metroid Prime 1, I would still probably ding it for the load times because they're bad. But the point is they're at least understandable. Well, congrats, Colgrim. I hope you have fun. Because if you don't... You made progress. Seems you've earned yourself a star. With this, you've officially attained the rank of first star on the Galaxy Expedition team. No, Yura. You can now use heavy balls! Nope. Yeah, I'll go up to level 20. Woo! Sure, Act. Good morning, Loke. We now have the recipe for heavy balls. Apricorn and black tumblestone. Don't have it yet. Well, that sucks. They're making a Mario Brothers 2. Here's a question. Do you think it'll be better or worse than the first film? That's kind of an interesting take. If you rank up and do your work here, then people will be more accepting of you despite your unusual past. Also, you'll be able to earn more rewards and earn your keep, and have a more comfortable life. For Pokemon, right? I believe a jolly good congratulations is in order. Well done on earning your first star rank. Potato mochi tastes better when you have something to be happy about. Yeah, can we have, like, anything other than potato mochi, please? Not a big fan of potato mochi. I've already taken on a request for Beauregard? The people at you aren't too familiar with Pokemon, you see, so if problems arise, the Survey Corps can get called to help. Some people will ask you for help when you talk to them, other requests need to be claimed from the blackboard. Speaking of which, had you approached about a request recently, Akari? What's it all about? I was thinking maybe Lorewrunner could handle it for me. I was told to acquire a bit of skill with battling, so... Ah, yes, it came from Maya the Diamond Clan. People of the Diamond Clan had lived in Hisui since before the Galaxy team arrived. If we can establish good relations, I'm sure there's much we might learn from them, including more about the local Pokemon. We can discuss all that tomorrow. Let's eat up. Get some rest. The Mario movie was fine. But I spit venom at it for a lot of reasons, which would take a while to explain. Do you have a bit of time after this? There's something I could use your help with. Yeah, sure. Thank you. I'll be waiting at the training grounds. Okay. I've heard good things about Dune, too. I obviously have not had time to watch it myself. I might have to cut off early tonight to watch the kids so that my sister and her husband can go watch it tonight. No, they already teased Yoshi for the second movie. Oh, I have no idea, Yura. We may never know. For real, I don't know. I had an epiphany. Okay. I've got a partner of my own. We may not get along perfectly, but we've got work together to help complete the Pokédex. Of course she has a Pikachu. And no, I will not be playing Pal World. I have no interest in the genre, regardless of having no interest in the joke. Pika. When we got attacked by those Shinx, I got too scared to think straight, and I couldn't handle battling as a team. Ever since then, my partners refuse to listen to anything I tell him. Being honest, I'm not even sure how to order him, or how to guide him in battle. Yeah, her partner is Giratina. No. Pal World is not a JRPG. Pal World is a survival builder game. When I saw how you and your Pokemon work together, I realized we need to do work more too, so please, have a battle with me. Okay. I can do that. Why is... Okay, whatever. Well, okay. I can fix that. Let me send out my real Pokemon. You and your Pokemon seem to be completely in step with one another. Yeah, I've been playing these games for a minute. Thanks for battling us. I could be wrong, but for a moment it felt like Pikachu and I finally understood one another. Guess I was wrong then. I'll strive to work more as a team with my partner the way you do. And fail miserably. Yeah, apparently there's a thing called types. Wait, there's types in Pokemon? Oh my goodness. Who knew? Shield. Oh my god! My name's Zizu, Captain of the Security Corps. I see you've got some fight in you. I figured I'd stop by and give what advice I could. Captain Zizu is a master of ancient martial arts, one that specializes in Pokemon battles. Now listen, if your Pokemon's truly mastered its moves, it can actually use them in different styles. Well, on one hand, you can choose to deliver a strong style, it'll do more damage, but it'll take longer. But you can also choose the agile style, which will do less power, but act afterwards. I was wondering when we would unlock this mechanic. And both of them cost more to do. Interesting. Hmm. You know, I just realized I don't know anybody personally who's playing Palworld. I mean, I know a bunch of people unpersonally that are playing Palworld. Let's see. Interesting. I don't know anybody playing Helldivers 2, no. Well, other than my brother. I don't know anything about it whatsoever. He hasn't really talked about it. We're like months and months out, by the way. I don't know if I've made that clear. I mean, I absolutely fell in love with Deep Rock Galactic. Yeah, what I find really funny, no offense, Yura, is that I predicted pretty early on that the buzz around Palworld would die out after like a couple months. I was right. I will say, so the biggest thing my brother said about Helldivers 2 is that it's absolutely in an unfinished state. It's a beta game, or an early access game. It is buggy as hell, crash happy, and has disconnect issues out the wazoo. So, that's another reason we're not going to be playing Helldivers 2 anytime soon. Sure, let's leave. Hang on, what? Actually, I do review ROM hacks, although it's pretty rare. Because usually ROM hacks aren't particularly well known, so not a lot of people put interest towards reviewing that particular game, so those particular games tend to not get a lot of interest. Like Pokemon Uranium's on the list technically, but it's nowhere. Nobody's put money towards that. We also have several mods on the list. It's also similar reason. Isn't Nintendo mad about ROM hacks? Well, it sucks to be them then, doesn't it? Pokemon Uranium technically did get nuked, but I, of course, got a copy of it before it did. I haven't played it, for the record. I just wanted to get a copy of it. Okay, that's what I thought. It was kind of unclear what this mechanic was. But this is actually Bill's PC. So let's dump off our spares here. See, that's what I was wondering, Colgrim. I do want to grab a Wurmple. Yeah, we'll hold on to that for now. I do love Kaizos. Wait, no, the opposite of that. Well, at night, they just let him do whatever a little bit. They don't care. He really bought me one. He must be as good as the rumors say. I'd like to name this Wurmple right away. Now, I've been told the Wurmple will evolve into a Pokemon known as a Beautifly, so I should give it a name with that in mind. Aww. It's a tough decision. What do you think? Beauticia, Beautifred, or Bugene? Oh, definitely Bugene. Get the pun thing in there. But yeah, Nintendo, I really, really, really like core Nintendo games, as is obvious from the array of stuff behind me here. But Nintendo corporate can go directly to hell. They are so backwards and stupid. They're stuck 50 years ago in every single respect of everything. In legality, in artistry, in... I can't even summarize. I'm failing at summarizing because they are so backwards. And no, I did not Shadow Machine. I just remade this manually. Like, anybody else that stuck in the past? I don't think I can think of anybody off the top of my head. I can think of other people that are worse, that are evil, or awful, but just specifically stuck in the past? No, Nintendo is, like, uniquely just backwards. It's weird. There's a secret technique to catching Pokemon. It's called the secret backstrike technique. Hitting a Pokemon's back with your Pokeball surprise it, making it easier to catch or giving you advantage when the battle starts. You're part of the Survey Corps now, working to create a Pokedex as they all are, so you might end up meeting every last Pokemon. I'm already looking forward to the day you accomplish that. Okay, bye. Oh, you're that boy from the Survey Corps, fell from the sky. Listen, I need to tell you about this great cake lure recipe I invented. I call it mushroom cake. Ohs. I poured in 20 years of mushroom foraging know-how into coming up with this recipe, and I just know it's a winner. Problem is, folks around here aren't catching on to my recipe's amazing potential. Hear the talk of the village. If people see you making mushroom cakes, famous as you are, I'm sure they'll want to give it a go. Scrounge not from the forge of thy fellows, as the saying goes. Oh, we'll have to find a springy mushroom somewhere. What do we need for Starly? Where's our Starly? I don't care about you, Bidoof. We're done with you. I actually do like mushrooms. I'll eat mushrooms raw most of the time. Well, washed, but you know. Let's see. Oh, we're done with Shinxes. Okay, we're done with Shinxes. Don't care. Of course, Hira. It was part of the awesome block, after all. Catch without being spotted. Seen it use Poison Sting. Or defeat. Die, monster. What does that mean? Hi, Mr. Red. Of all the things it's tutorialized, it is yet to tutorialize what it means to master a move. Like, for example, he's mastered Quick Attack, but not Ember, which I've used plenty of. Good morning, Pika. What do we need for Starlies? Defeat. Yeah, I did act. Like about a month ago. Well, if he approves, it sucks to be him, because I don't care if he approves or not. I stab him. Stab. Lord Harriman just chops out. No! I was always Balin. Pro Balin. I guess, yeah, just catch. Let's just catch one more, and then we'll start beating them. Well, ironically, I can't answer that without spoiling. But if you watch, I believe, the second to last VOD, we actually discuss extensively what I would do in order to change that. I give you a hint, it has to do with actually making the loss of Earth matter, and designing the entire game around the loss of Earth. Missed! Yeah, that's the summary. Nothing yet, Yura. But a common problem in some of the more modern Pokemon games is that the enemy AI is terrible. Okay, so it's just straight up leveling up. That would explain why it pops up during the level up post-battle screen. Damn it. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if Hildebrand was involved in this. It does seem to be his want. Damn it, wrong button. This one? No, I'm pretty sure I updated the blocks page, as well as the blocks text, but I could be wrong. If I didn't, well, then that's mud on my face. Would I rewrite any of the Pokemon games? Yes, all of them. Pokemon games that have only ever come close to having a good narrative, in my opinion. Including PMD. Again, they come close to having a good narrative. I stand by that. I would say Gen 5, Gen 8, and the PMD game I played all come close to having a good narrative. Right now, our overall goal is just to, you know, earn our keep. Which, honestly, I'm kind of fine with. Hey! Wait, no, we shouldn't finish. Damn it! Oh, whatever. Let's go and heal really quick. In what way, Act? Alright, let's make some of these. Say about... let's make 50. Oh, yeah, no, totally the same universe, 100%. I know it's an isekai, or however you pronounce that, but... Cricketot. Okay. I mean, we're playing an isekai right now, so it's not like it's the most out-of-bounds thing in the world. If PMD is explicitly a world without humans, then I changed my mind. We'll go ahead and make it completely separate from the main games. Like, if that's a fundamental thing that cannot be changed about the narrative, then sure, screw it. I'll be honest, it never occurred to me that that was a thing within the setting. I always assumed we were just on some game, on some random island, you know, that happened to not have a lot of humans on it, and that was it. Because frankly, the lack of humans didn't really have anything to do with anything in the one I played. I actually rather like this kind of fashion, as you can see. It would be nice to be able to rebind in a console game. Like, could you imagine being able to rebind in a video game on a console? On the SNES? Because they had that back in the SNES era. I'm just pointing that out. I'll never stop pointing that out. Now, I don't know if there were any NES games where you could rebind. I actually wish I could rebind Breath of the Wild. No joke. I legitimately think the control scheme is actually bad. I mentioned that the last time I played it, and I will absolutely ding it the next time I play it. I literally just said this, Yura. I do not know of any NES games that have rebindings. There might be one somewhere, but I don't know about it off the top of my head. I can name 2 SNES games off the top of my head with rebindings. Star Fox and Super Metroid. Shinxes. I don't want Shinxes. Is that a frickin' Eevee? Welcome to the primary party, Eevee. Because it's an Eevee. Look, I've liked Eevees since Gen 1. I don't know what you want from me. Although, ironically, Eevees in Gen 1 kinda sucked. It wasn't until Gen 2 that Eevees really started to come to their own. Espeon is actually really strong, and Umbreon is one of the better dark types, especially back then. We're going to play Wait and See for right now, Mizuno. I don't even know what's available in this one. Hey, Flareblade. Yes, unfortunately, I will be reading Chronicles 4. No ETA on that. I don't know exactly when I'm moving. So obviously, like, I haven't even ordered it yet, because I don't know what my address will be. But that'll probably happen at some point or another. Catch 2 more without being spotted, then we'll go turn that in. Where is it? I know I saw another Starly over here. Favorite zone in Shadowbringers visually? I guess I will default to the desert. Almarang, that's it. God, I had to think about that for a second. Where'd the other Starly go? There's another one here. Did it despawn? Jesus. I wasn't counting the Crystarium, admittedly, because it's not really a zone. Another Eevee? Hey, Ross. Oh, tell me about it, Ross. Tell me about it. Oh. Thank you for the sub, Ross, as always. If you want to put it up towards up to 3 things, please let me know. Thoughts on Exp Share? So I am actually extraordinarily in favor of experience share because, I know this is going to sound strange, I don't like wasting my time. Time wasting is not a fun thing in my life. And let's be clear with ourselves, mandatory, not having experience share is just wasting your time. However, mandatory exp share is just as unpleasant for a lot of different reasons. We actually talked about this during Pokemon Shield. I actually gave Pokemon Shield a negative for mandatory exp share because it shouldn't be mandatory. There's just too many reasons and too many circumstances where you don't want that. It should be a toggle. It should be a just... Yeah, you want to have a level 1 Pokemon, or do you want to do a low-level challenge, or do you want to not over-level a specific thing, or do you want to, specifically do a low-level run, whatever. Nah, screw you. Just make it a friggin' toggle. Chukunk, chukunk, done. Ruby, just a Streamination, I believe. One Shot, and Star Trek Resurgence. You got it. My niece was playing this last night. She enjoyed it for what it was. It's only 2 stages in the demo. I don't remember, actually, Colburn. Speaking of which, I don't think it's a toggle here. Or if it is, I certainly haven't seen that option. Yeah, no, there does not appear to be a toggle. So I will jot that down as a potential negative, and we'll see if that actually has a toggle later. There are options. You got it, Junk Garage. Remember, you can pick 2 other things, too. But either way, thank you for being part of my show. Hey, Dr. Winter. Oh yeah, speaking of which, 1 save file negative. Let's get that negative out. Oops. And yeah, I know, there's a way around that, but that's not an acceptable way around that. We've talked about that before. The fact that I can go make a new profile in order to bypass the fact that your game is badly coded, that's not great. Yeah, exactly. The console, functionally, gets a positive for the additional save slots, not the game. There's only 1 Cyberpunk game. But I'll put that towards Cyberpunk and Star Trek Resurgence. Yeah, the Switch actually has quite a few positives as a console. If I was to actually review consoles, I'm pretty sure the Switch would crush everything else. Hello, you're new. And you've already spotted me. Holy crap. Believe it or not, I have played Javal. But I want to review movies before I start reviewing consoles. Lack of voice acting is not a negative, because, first of all, that's a really, really dangerous precedence to set. Lack of sound effects, a little bit more, because that's a feedback issue at that point. Yeah, I'm not giving FF6 negatives for not having voice acting. Having said that, FF6 with good voice acting would be positives that it's not going to get. The thing I tend to give negatives for is more inconsistent voice acting. What I usually mentally think of as the Neverwinter Nights 1 thing, where they will say, like, 1 sentence of 2 paragraphs, and that's it. Nope. Yeah, FF14 recently got a negative for inconsistent voice acting. Hell, even if we just focus on the MSQ, FF14 still is inconsistent with its voice acting. Which is frustrating. Let's see. I think it's so far a good thing, Dr. Winter. I'm enjoying it for what it is. I need to defeat with ghost-type moves. I need to catch at night. I need to defeat, period. Let's try to defeat one. Quickly. I was actually thinking to myself, this looks like a better daytime than actual daytime. I'm not making that up. Like, I know it's all starry sky-y, but this right here looks better than the game looks at day. Probably at least in part because most of the bloom is gone. That is a nice skybox. I'll actually give him that. That's solid. And it's better stars than Starfield. No, I'm never going to take that baseball bat off of Starfield's kneecap. Why are you asking? Congrats, Giga. See if I can actually sneak up on one here. I will say the open world premise kind of works for me. Probably for the same reason it did back in Pokemon Shield. I liked the open world zones in Shield. I like just being able to say, oh, there's a Pokemon right there. It's this type. I can tell just by looking at it what it is and whether I care about interacting with it or not. I think it's a little too early to judge guidance and flow because if you've been paying attention, I've deliberately gone pretty not very far because I've been kind of sweeping. Like, I've been filling out the Pokedex. But yeah, random encounters, gone. And you notice just, I hate to keep mentioning the flow, so I guess this is actually flow. But it's extraordinarily smooth how I could just be like, oh, there's a Pokemon, boop. And like 30 seconds later, I've done interacting with that Pokemon. And I've already moved on to the next one. I love that. Like, it might not get a guidance positive, but it's definitely probably going to get a smoother, fluidity positive. I think I'm slowly growing to your idea there, Act. Especially since we could, like, multitask, right? Like, hear me out for a second. So, what would probably be ideal... Hang on, let me pause for a second. What would probably be ideal is if it gave us the option... And this is entering bonkers territory, the kind of thing Pokemon would never do, even though they totally could manage this. This is a completable thing. Give us access to gambits. Allow us access to gambits, and then allow us to attach... We could set up presets for gambits, and then we could stamp those presets onto existing Pokemon, or just manually adjust every Pokemon's gambit. And then we could do things like, for example, and I was just thinking about this, like there's two Wurmples right there, right? So I just toss... Yeah. So I just toss my Bidoof here at that one. And then I toss my Wurmple at that one, and they both just kind of do their thing. And then I roam over here and grab some, like, weeds or whatever while they're fighting. And then roam over here, grab this thing. I look back. Oh, God, the battle's not going well. I run back over, toss a potion at my Wurmple. You know, stuff like that. And I would probably lean more on the item support side of things, you know? Stuff like that. But they'll never do that, so moving on. Frog spawn chewing nonsense. I'm pretty close on this. Yeah, like, imagine a Digimon game, but it's actually good. Sorry. What's really funny... Hey, hang on, Saberboy. What's really funny is, near as I can tell, I have actually played the only good Digimon game. Cyber Sleuth. For my own brief lookings into the whole situation. That's the one. That's the good one. Every other one has asterisks everywhere. It's like, this one's good, except for this part. This one's good if you ignore this aspect of it. This one's good if you use a walkthrough, etc. It's like, wow. I apparently lucked out with my thing. Let's kill one. Yeah, where's my shanks? Yeah, even Cyber Sleuth had a few asterisks. That's valid. It was solid though. I did actually like Cyber Sleuth, for what it's worth. Yeah, I'm not sure I would call what Cyber Sleuth had dungeon design. Interesting. It looks like experience drops off for gathering materials, which makes sense. No, not so far, Colgrim. Probably act. You know me. Okay. So now that I remember I can do this, there's actually quests on the map. That's actually kind of nice. Also, I notice it's locked out by zones, which is kind of cool because it helps to indicate where spawns are. That's what I'm thinking, Blade Taval. We'll have to check. It is literally a better map than Starfield. Once again, low bar. We can also set pins on the map. And of course, there's our flight paths. So... years, Dante Bronson. Years. Starfield is just such a uniquely terrible game. I've played worse games. In fact, I've played 4 worse games than Starfield. But Starfield is so wonderfully beautiful in why and how it is as bad as it is. Might actually be the worst AAA game that I've played, that I've reviewed. No, so far I'm loving the quality of life features played to all. We'll see what I think of other features, but yeah. It's definitely a very, very high profile game. And for that alone is kind of... Okay, there's Starly done. We're almost there on Wurmple. And Drifloon. Damn, nice. Let's go to the village. I'm not 100% sweeping, but I like to sweep a little bit when we start off Pokemon games. It's a good way to get a vibe for how the game plays and functions. We've done this every Pokemon game we've ever streamed. We just kind of chill for a bit and sweep a little bit. Just a little. Ooh, excuse me. Oh, sorry. Starly's Pokédex entry. They live in the fields and mountains, gathering in large flocks. Their cries are quite obnoxious. Although small, their wings are strong. A strike from them leaves pain that persists for a week. I'm not truly 100%ing because that's insane. doing all of this. I'm not catching 25 Starlies. I'm not catching 20 Starlies without being caught. I'm not defeating 15 Starlies, and I'm not evolving 3 Starlies. That's stupid. This falls into PFR pretty solidly. Now, finishing up the Pokedex entries, a little more feasible. But I'm not 100%ing. That's a good question, Act. I don't know. Alright, let's... Speaking of... Got our 2 EVs there. We'll just let them sit there for the moment. I do like me some ghost types. Let's pull out a Drifloon. Yeah, Giga needs to max out her DPS for the parse. Because she's a parser! J'accuse! Did I say hi, Braven? Hi, Braven. Eight hours. Damn. Favorite ghost type? Ooh, let me think about that. Can Pokemon of the same species really come in different sizes? I know the Perception said they did, but I have a hard time believing it unless I see one. Can you catch a Buizel that's large? We haven't seen any large Pokemon yet at all, so... We'll see. Yep, apparently we've already done it. Sure, there you go. Okay, apparently I was gonna say, I don't think we actually got a bigger one yet. You know what? I should just get used to this. Let's see what our load time is for warping through town. Oh, that's not terrible. Favorite ghost type. Hang on. Let me actually just pull up a list of ghost types. Let's see. Sinistea! No, I'm joking. Although I do love the pun. I admit I've always had a fondness for Haunter. But that's not my favorite. I do like Chandelure quite a bit. I love Trevenant. Trevenant has been a main of mine several times. I do really like Mimikyu. And Frostlass. I actually got a lot of use out of Aegislash as well. And Dragapult, which is also my favorite dragon type, by the way. Yeah, I don't recognize these. So yeah, no. I'd probably go with... I won't pick Dragapult because that's cheating. So I'll either go with either Frostlass, Trevenant, or Chandelure, one of those 3. So someone asked, what's the numbers here? Story positives, story negatives, gameplay positives, gameplay negatives, where we're at in the VOD, the number of the VOD we're at, the people who funded the run. Dragapult's awesome. Dragapult practically carried us through Gen 8, I swear. Which one was Golurk? I feel like I just missed that. Oh, that one. I mean, it's okay, I guess, but, you know, it's got that weird Band-Aid thing on its chest, and that just sucks. Yeah, Dragapult's biggest downside is the same thing that pretty much every dragon has. It evolves at level 60. That's the curse of the dragon right there. Ooh, excuse me. What's my favorite Pokemon? It looks like you can't quite see him right now, but it's this guy right here. Crobat. It is sealing in the awesome. That is very true. Yeah, Garchomp is crazy good. Like, a little bit too good. I will admit, I do actually like Garchomp quite a bit. Not just because it's ridiculously powerful, but because I just like Garchomp. Scizor is pretty legit. See, the best thing about Crobat is it's not just a good Pokemon for battling. It's the kind of Pokemon you can totally just hang with, right? No, think about it. Like, the whole point of a Crobat... First of all, it's a flyer. But second of all, the whole point of a Crobat is it evolves because it's so happy. So it probably wants to hang out with you, right? A Pickling Stone. You want me to find a Geodude? Sure. I love Flygon. Like, Flygon just looks so cool to me. In fact, if I had to pick a favorite dragon type, it would actually be kind of hard, because there's actually several dragons I like. Like, here, let's look this up here. So for dragons, well, first of all, we got Dragonair, the classic. Gotta give that some credit. We've got Altaria. Ow. There's Garchomp, of course. There's Dragapult, just mentioned him. There's Flygon, already mentioned him. I think there's another big one I really liked. I'm trying to find it here. Might be Noivern. I think it is Noivern, the bat dragon type. And I will admit, I've always had a fondness, though I've never really gotten use out of Duraludon. The skyscraper one. The steel dragon. And I've reached the point where I don't recognize all these. Now, least favorite of a type. Interesting question. Or, sorry, least favorite of a type is how I meant to phrase that. I apologize. Least favorite type for me... probably dark, in all honesty. I don't tend to get into dark Pokemon, and I tend to not really like dark as a concept. Sure, I'll get you 5 orange berries. Do I have 5 right now? I do. There you go. I was actually tempted by fighting as well. You're welcome. Thanks for the 3 revives. Jesus, dude. Just layering that on me. Now, having said that, I mean, firefighting is a little bit common. Least favorite dark Pokemon. Let me pull up the list of darks here. Darkrai! No, honestly, I'm tempted by the Alolan Meowth, because that's just weird, but no, I think there's a better one. I'm trying to find it. Although there is the Fat Raticate. Correct, Giga, to unlock the end game or the post game or whatever. Yep, no. I'm gonna have to say my least favorite dark type is Scraggy. I don't care that it's like his skin or whatever. It's just kind of weird and gross. Are we caught up here? Okay. Just get them in at all? Okay. Yeah, Scraggy is just kind of, huh? What were you thinking? There's a lot of what were you thinking. I mean, when you have, what, like 1,000 Pokemon, you tend to run into that after a while. Wait, how am I not done with Bidoof? For real. Alright, okay. No, I was one of those people who didn't really like the Ultra Beasts. I get where they were going with it, and I even agree with it thematically. I just not a fan. Yep, let's get more HM slaves here. Did you break out? Oh my god. You're not allowed to break out. Favorite Ultra Beast? Either the weird lady bug-looking thing, which I don't know names, or the purple wasp dragon thing. Thank you, Nightwing. Always appreciate. We'll put that towards Outer Worlds 2, Stellaris, and the BRPG block. Whoops. I mean, the jellyfish one was kind of, plot relevant to Sun and Moon. I'm done with Starlies. I'm not done with Bidoofs. Like, that's just weird. I need to catch 3 more and find a heavy if I can. I think I'm done with Shinxes, so I don't need Shinxes. Oh god, Babble. Damn it. Yeah, Babble, aka, yeah, we're still writing this like it's TNG. Or Past Prologue, aka, yeah, we have no idea what we're doing. It's really sad, because that really is where both of those are at. Early DS9 is just absolutely fraught with them having no idea how to capitalize on their concept and just making another TNG episode. I believe so, Dante Bronson. There you go. What do I need for Wurmples? Looks like I need to catch 1. Catch 2 without being spotted, and kill 2. Oh. I think he spotted me. Yeah, Duet's pretty far in. You've got a bit of a wait. What I always found funny is how much effort they always put into getting away from the war once the war had already started. Like, really look at the episodes at some point. It's like, gritty, death, war, doom, and then random episode that has nothing to do with anything. And then more war, and then another random episode. Like, they just kept pushing the typical Trek episodes amongst everything else. Am I done with Starly? I think I am. Oh, I am done with Starly, okay. We're done with Starly. Who's my lowest level? You. Let me get some experience. Sure. I don't off the top of my head, Ross. I want that ponyta. Yeah, Mario Day has actually been a thing for a while. Speaking of which, happy Mario Day, everyone. We're naturally celebrating Mario Day by playing Pokemon. As it should be. What do we need with Bidoofs? Just straight up catching. Yeah, it's March 10th. Get it? Do you get it? I do like how we can choose to evolve rather than it automatically evolving. That's actually another weird quality of life feature. Cool. Darth Trinus, we need to talk about you and not making friends with cars, I think. Yeah, exactly, Junk Garage. There are many times, like a surprisingly large number of circumstances, where you actively do not want to evolve a Pokemon. So giving you the option to evolve, instead of having to hit and cancel every freaking level, that's actually a nice little feature. It's another one of those nicer than you'd think features. A lot of quality of life in this game. Is this north? Where am I? I am actually pretty far north. I was right. This is the northern edge. Yeah, no, exactly, Junkers. I never thought about it until I saw it like 5 seconds ago with that wormhole, and it's like, oh, nice. I now like this feature. Yeah, Mew. Fine. Die, monster. Or don't. You now get to die. See, that's when you're like, hey, so can I get my job back? And when they say no, you shove them in front of the next car. Don't actually do that. Yeah, I've been told his take on things is quite accurate, although I wouldn't know. Honestly. Wrong button. Damn it. Let's try to catch one more without getting spotted. There we go. Good afternoon, Paranoid. Happy Mario Day. It's-a me. An announcement for a terrible movie. I guess since I have time to talk, I can explain my issues with the Mario movie. The simplest way I can explain my issues with the Mario movie is by saying that it's probably the most bog-standard paint-by-numbers movie I've ever seen in my life. And that's honestly impressive. Impressive. Like, I don't think I have ever seen a paint-by-numbers film more than the Mario film. It's the most safe film in the history of filming. It is Illumination, and that's the problem. I've been worried about Illumination making the Mario movie ever since they first announced it, because it's Illumination. No offense to anybody who likes Illumination, but they are really, really brainless when it comes to their filmmaking. They're not, I guess brainless is a good word for it, but whatever. They have occasionally had some good things. But yeah, DreamWorks, who I should probably mention, I'm not actually a big fan of DreamWorks, is nevertheless more consistent in actually putting out a quality film. I accept that. Yeah, the original Despicable Me was a good film. Unfortunately, it also introduced us to Minions, the plague on humanity. Yeah, I figured. Oh, no kidding, Mizuno. That is really the best way to describe Illumination in a nutshell. They actually have talented people, but they don't try. Or at least they had. I should use past tense. They had talented people, and they don't try. Yes, that Buizel pushed up daily. Daisies. How quick you can go just in and out of battle. I really do. This is one of the few things I was looking forward to about this game, because when I was watching my niece play this, I watched her just zip back in and out of battle really, really fast. Even with the turn-based battle thing, it's still like, yep, and done. And you're just off immediately. God, that's smooth. I never realized how much I wanted this in a Pokemon game until I'm sitting here playing it right now. Oof. Yeah, instead of the, let's call it what it is, FF9 syndrome. But yeah, no, that's my biggest problem with the Mario film. It is an Illumination film. And I don't mean it's a film made by Illumination. It's a film made in the style of Illumination films. On the surface level, it's fine. And it is. It's not a bad film, but it is extraordinarily bog standard. And it's one of those films where the more you think about it, the worse it gets. The more you really dig into it and think about things like the animation or the characterization or the plot progression, the more you realize that it's just, it's an Illumination film. Yeah, that would be funny as hell, Act. Probably my favorite single anecdote to share about why I don't like the Mario film is, hello, I think that's the one Shadow Machine mentioned. Tell me the characterization of Mario in the Mario film. If you're sitting there struggling to come up with something, then I've kind of already made my point. There's actually two. Legitimately, there are two characterization points for Mario. One is that he's stubborn, and one is that he doesn't like mushrooms. I am not being facetious. That is it. And both come up equally as often throughout the course of the film. Yeah, Peach actually has some characterization. Bowser actually has some characterization. Luigi has the beginnings of characterization. Unfortunately, Luigi kind of didn't really... They did Luigi badly, honestly. I was not happy with how they treated Luigi in that film. Luigi literally gets less screen time than Donkey Kong. Donkey Kong, by the way, also has a one-note characterization, which is essentially brought up in one scene and then literally forgotten seconds later. Out of range. Yeah, that's about what I was expecting there. So that's level 40. We're gonna go over here. We came to the wrong neighborhood. It's we know where it is now. When we get like 30 more levels. Yeah, I do like running. As weird as that sounds. You literally just turn and like, bye. Oh, I should turn in with the professor, because I might be done with a couple of these. Oh, that's true. There's no sprint stamina meter in Pokemon Arceus. Isn't that nice? Yay, done with Drifloons. Done with Wurmpools. Done with Bidoofs. Yay! Yeah, imagine Starfield. Now imagine any other game. Yeah, no, I was expecting it to be like level 20 or something. I really was. And I was like looking around for its level, and then I noticed its level was up off the screen. So I panned the camera up, and it's like, oh, okay, that's Anyways. Apparently need to be using quick attack on Eevee. And give it food. What do we need for Ponytas? Defeat Ponytas with water types. And use Ember with it. An Alpha Snorlax. No, I'm good. Yeah, it's not like random example Final Fantasy II, where, whoops, you went the wrong way. Die. The Chosen One game? I mean, Starfield isn't even the worst game I've ever reviewed. So I don't know if that really qualifies. It's not even the second worst. Or third. Or fourth. What am I doing? I need a water type. I only have one of those. Come here. Let's take you instead of Drifloon. What's really going to make me laugh, and God, I mean this sincerely, is if we get to the point where we finally, someday, hopefully, review Right Now Retribution, and it scores better than Starfield. I don't think it will, because Right Now Retribution is only like a 10-hour game. But still... it assuredly will have less negatives, at least on the story axis. But, because remember, pound for pound, Starfield beats it in just raw negatives. Like, it beats everything in raw negatives. Yeah, I'm not sure Ride to Hell Retribution is going to beat the likes of Devil May Cry 2, Mega Man X7, or Secret of the Stars. I could see, it absolutely will get into the negative 10, or negative 10, the bottom 10 range. I'm not sure how much further down it's going to go. Don't mind me, just leveling. Oh wow, it loots in an area. Didn't actually know that. That's kind of cool. Yeah, the gameplay in Ride to Hell is very bad. And the story is very bad. Alright, let's see what happens if we go into deep water. We can swim. And then we drown. And then we die. Interesting. Good to know. Yep, we have apparently discovered water solubility. Let's see how you can take on a Bidoof, shall we? Kill it! We don't even have a water attack yet. Oh, that's right. That's what I thought. Yeah, I happen to know that there are vehicles in this game because I've watched my niece play this game. No, I haven't even seen a big Weasley yet. I want to level mine a little bit more. At least until it gets a water attack. Yep, it's time for Bidoof to fight Golden Bidoof. Yeah, there's music that plays at night. The visuals are better. The bloom goes away, which I guess is part of the visuals being better. You know, that is possible, Carol White Noise. But, like, that game was already causing me issues, you know? It's just... At some point, the health of the streamer has to be considered. I feel the need to remind people of this who didn't know this fact, or had already forgotten this fact. Remember, we spent 20 hours just doing side quests. Not primary optionals, you know, not faction quests, not companion quests, just side quests. 20 hours. I actually wrote down the exact, it was like 22.05 or something. I forget the number right now. But the point is, a long freaking time. Ride to Hell Retribution isn't even half as long as the time we spent just on side quests. Really think about that for a minute. And again, as much as we meme on the hinterlands, remember, the Hissing Wastes was worse in every way. God, the Hissing Wastes. Ugh. Oh, he just got a new move. What'd you get? What'd you get? Hey, Aquajet. Okay, we finally have a water move. Alright, let's go find some Ponytas and kill them! Die, Ponyta. Whoa, there. Okay, hang on. Die more, Ponyta. Flare silently. Yep, we can just defeat a bunch of these and get some Pokedex entries. Let's do it! Really funny is it looks like actually like grinding, the traditional sense, you know, defeating enemies, is slower experience than doing anything else, probably by design. I'm okay with that for the record, it's just kind of interesting to think about. See you in a bit, Dark Genius. Hopefully. Drive safe, or ride safe, as the case may be. Like, designers have access to tools to change that kind of thing, so it's either an accident or they really are doing it on purpose. It's interesting to think about. Reminds me of Let's Go. Which I actually liked Let's Go for what it was. It's also the closest we've ever... Whoa! Closest we've ever gotten to an actual co-op Pokemon game. One of these days we'll get a real co-op Pokemon game, and that'll be awesome. But we're not there yet. Least liked Pokemon game. Now, I'll limit myself to the main lines to make that easy. Because otherwise it's like one of the pinball games or something. So, least liked main Pokemon game. Well, I mean, okay, that's stupid. It's Gen 1. So, second least liked Pokemon game. I would say either Gen 3 or Gen 6 for me, personally. Gen 3 never clicked with me in the way that I wanted it to, and it still had a lot of the old design problems, and hadn't quite figured out some of the new design concepts they would start using in Gen 4. And Gen 6 started actually really delving into quality of life features. But I stress the word started. It would not be until Gen 7 that they actually really started codifying those quality of life features and making the game smoother and more fun to play. And Gen 6 has other issues. Like, its story is honestly probably the worst of the Pokemon games in my opinion, and I'm including Gen 1 in that. The introduction of the fairy type was nice, don't mistake me, I actually like the fairy type. But they hadn't really figured out what they were doing with it yet. And, well, as much as we meme on it, Lysandroth is a terrible villain. The story of Gen 2 was the fact that Team Rocket was trying to come back. The undergrads, the executives refused to believe that Team Rocket was down and out. So they're like, we're going to restore Team Rocket all on our own! And then they get their asses beat by us. And then they're like, alright, fine. We accept Giovanni's decision. And then they walk away from it. Whereas Gen 6... Gen 6's story actually aggravates me. First of all, one of the main plot points in Gen 6 is that there was this colossal super death war that was going to kill, like, everybody on the planet. Which was just... okay. And you've essentially already lost me. The moment you get into that. Then we get into the fact that the current plot is to threaten all life on the planet. At which point you've lost me a second time. For admittedly the same reason, but the fact remains. Looks like he stopped gaining experience from that. Also, there's this dude who's a giant for no reason, who built an ancient super tech device for no reason. And yeah, he's just 10,000 years old. Never elaborated or explained or done anything with. He's really sad because he lost a Pokemon once 10 millennia ago. Like, I'm sorry, Gen 6's story was pretty bad. Gen 7's story was... Hi, Darkrai. fairly chill. But it was, I don't want to say like Gen 7 had a good story, but its overall story progress was something I kind of liked. The interplay between daughter and mother, you know, the more personal angle of the neglectful parent. I was kind of with that, especially in the theme and how it tied into most of the main characters of the Pokemon franchise. And our companion dude, I can't remember his stupid name. Damn it, I just need like one more Ponyta. One more. And yeah, Gen 7 also had 2 stories. The Ultra Beast was not my thing, but I can't argue that it was bad because it was just not my thing. Now, the Rainbow thing, please don't remind me about the Rainbow thing, and that's all I'm going to say about that. Yeah, I did too, John Garrosh. I also liked how they did the Elite Four in Gen 7. And Gen 8 for that matter. Gen 8's an interesting one because I simultaneously really liked and really disliked Gen 8's story. On the one hand, I really liked the idea of for lack of a better way to put it, the gym side of the story. That half of the story. Because for once, it was an actual story. Yeah, the sponsorship, the plot centered around, you know, trying to get certain people into the... Think of the word. Like the season. I can't think of the damn word. The idea of... Yeah, the sports angle. I can't think of any of the words because apparently I'm pathetic, and I lost an hour last night. But the sports angle of Gen 8 was something I was 100% in favor of. And the whole story with Marnie and her actually trying to get in, and the one gym that refuses to do the Dynamax thing and all that, that was cool. I was into all of that. Oh, and also there's an end of the world plot. That plot sucked and was extraordinarily stupid. And the worst part about that plot is if we map it out percentage-wise, it's like, here's the gym things. Oh, and by the way, the world's ending. Like, right over here. In the last, like, hour and a half of the game. It comes out of absolutely nowhere. And it's so vestigial. You can feel that they were like, oh, shoot, we need to have an end-of-the-world plot. Otherwise, it's not a Pokemon game. Quick! Right at the last minute. Okay, I need to catch one more Ponytail. Let's see if we can use the right button. There we go. Okay. But yeah, I struggle to even call it the main plot. It's the same problem See, this is old hat to me because I watch Star Trek. And I cannot tell you how many episodes of Star Trek have a really cool, interesting, engaging main plot. And then, like, oh, by the way, the ship's in danger. Even good episodes tend to fall into that particular hole of writing. Can't let you pass it. Oh, your rank is fine. Never mind. Yep, barrier bridge. Over here. What's up? Mai, this is Lore Runner. Mai, a new face in the village. Get it? Mai says Mai. Never mind. Not that it matters to me if you're new. If you're here, I assume you're prepared to be of help. Interesting outfit. I'm one of the wardens of the Diamond Clan. You may call me Mai. I suppose you might not even know what a warden is if you're new to Hisui. But such talk can wait. Right now, I'd rather we get straight to the point. I have a problem that needs solving. The important question is this. Do you feel confident you can lead your Pokemon in battle? Yeah. I mean, I can't beat that level 40 Ponyta, but... That's good to hear. Security core of yours certainly wasn't up to the task. This is my partner, Munchlax. Munchlax. We were raised together like siblings. He battles by my side by choice without needing any silly little balls like you use. Watch and loin. Well, I'm glad I switched to my Cyndaquil. What level are you? Yeah, we might have this. That's gonna hurt like hell. Yep. That was a crit, a strong, and yeah, that sucked. Okay. Oof. Hold on. You really aren't one of the usual galaxy buffoons if you can defeat my partner. Well fought, Munchlax. Munchlax. I'll take care of the Pokemon that battle for us. No, wait! You people make all kinds of things with crafting, don't you? This should prove to be useful materials. You and your Pokemon fought well together. You practically acted as one. Like the legendary hero of old. Oh my god. I'm just some kid from the future. I need you to deal with the alpha Pokemon. No! It's a large, fearsome foe, but you'll come, won't you? It's showing you where to go, isn't it? That is a curious sort of map. Is that one of the Galaxy Team inventions? No, I got this from God. It certainly does seem to show the way to Deer Track Heights up ahead of us. You're quite this asset to the survey kit. Yeah, this is great. Do you already know about the almighty Sinnoh? The what? I suppose that's about it. Allow me to sketch out the basics. Almighty Sinnoh steers all time. Oh, so it's Dialga. Or Palkia. I don't remember which one's which. It's said to have created the very universe using its power over time's flow, and this land of Hisui was born in the process. It's by the grace of Almighty Sinnoh that Pokemon can live and thrive here. We of the Diamond Clan are descendants of a people who crossed the sea and settled in the Hisui to venerate Mighty Sinnoh. Oh, so you're Korean? Or Chinese. However, it stole away from the world long ago, hiding itself from our sight. Almighty Sinnoh has only rarely been seen by any human, if the old tales are to be trusted. There's still Pokemon today with a strong connection to Almighty Sinnoh. It is the duty of wardens like myself to attend their needs. Pokemon that grace Deer Track Heights is one of those honored few. It is directly descended from a Pokemon blessed with Almighty Sinnoh's protection. Follow me and you may understand. Sure. Can I go back to catching Pokemon and doing little regional stuff? So a regional war. I'll be honest, it's not something I would write. Unless we were really redefining the definition of war. Which would be an interesting exercise, I think. What is going on with that tree? Aw. But for real, what the hell? I mean, if it's war like it was in the Barbie movie, I'd be okay with that. That was a war. Ugh, I want Junk Garage, though. If they had just kept with the sports story, I think 8 would be a solid positive on the story axis. Instead of, you know, not. Positive with an asterisk. I mean, people have been doing drama with sports stories for decades, you know? Like, there's a lot you can do with sports. Simply too much. Well, if you really want to dig into it, another thing you could do is have sports stories that don't... say this wrong. Rather than having the sports just be Pokemon, you know, just Pokemon battling, like the League. Oh, that's why. You could lean into the idea of having sports that involve Pokemon instead of just being, you know, Pokemon battling. We don't even necessarily need to do that on camera or in gameplay, although that sounds kind of cool to me. Like, we've already seen, in almost every generation from, I think, 3 onwards, they did the little side things, right? Like the TV station or the dress-up theater thing. Like, you can't tell me you couldn't do some other stuff like that. I wonder. I need to test something. Not sure. I know what to do. Yeah, or the beauty contest. Pretty much the contests in general. Do I have... I do not. Yeah, I mean, even just a Pokemon race would be an interesting idea. You could come up with a fairly simple formula based on a Pokemon's size and speed. And there you go, boom. There's your stat for a race. If you wanted to really lean into it, you get additional stats on top of that. Determine things like turning ability, for example. I have a weird feeling it didn't want me to come up here, but that's tough. I've played Skyrim. Yeah, no, there's actually a lot you could do with even something as relatively simple as a race. You can do it, Act. You can do it. Okay, maybe you can't. I apologize. It's okay. I can't talk. You can't type. And chillax. So far, I've been liking the sound design, too. Not the best soundscape ever, but it's decent. Oh, I'm already done with this. Stay up here. Don't mind me. Toss the ball down there. Well, there's our Geodude. Got one quest. You know what's really funny? I can actually picture the discussion Ooh, let's do that. The greatest of all Pokemon. I can picture the discussion meeting, right? By the developers, where they were like, should we allow the player to have access to their computer everywhere like we used to? And they'll be like, but there's no computers in the past! And that's how that discussion went. No. My inventory is getting full. Holy crap. Makes it. Pokeballs really quick here. Elden Ring. Well, this game does look better than Elden Ring, so I'll give you that. Yeah, no, I know you can increase your inventory size. Also, to really make this point clear, we could talk to a dude who allows us to swap our Pokemon instantly, keeping in mind that our Pokemon are in a ranch back in town. There's not really a lot of difference between that and accessing a computer. Look, I'm sorry, I have never liked the Souls-like aesthetic, and I never will. It looks filthy. Everything looks gritty and grimy and rotten and desiccated. I am never going to like the aesthetic of the Souls-likes. Ever. Excuse me. I need to evolve my Pokemon. Actually, no. Hollow Knight looks fine. Well, the score is up to date on the screen so far, Free. Elden Ring did still get a fairly solid score, and that's for a game I didn't even like. So make of that what you will. Okay, now we have a Zubat, speaking of which. The greatest of all Pokemon. It was a quality game. I can't deny it, and I wouldn't deny it, even if I could. Just because I don't like a game doesn't make it bad. Now, God of War 5, that was a solid-looking game. Except for its overworld design. That was not great. But that's kind of a separate thing. Yep, we are officially full on our satchel. So let's go grab this quest and this Geodude. Well, them's fighting words, Colgrim. Whoops. Wrong button. I will say of the Souls-likes, excuse me, of the FromSoft Souls-likes I've played, I will say that Elden Ring is probably the best designed of them. And I should mention, I've played all of them. You want cherry berries? I don't think I have any cherry berries. I have plenty of cherry berries. Here you go. Sekiro is certainly a well-designed and fun game, but it still absolutely has its issues. Nice. No Pokeballs. I mean, that is possible. It's one of those weird things, because a lot of us, and I'll count myself into this, tend to think of games that are worse as harder because they're worse, because you have less tools, because the boss design isn't as well done, because there's not as good visuals, or there's not as good indicators, or the controls are bad, right? Like, what's harder? A game where you have extremely precise, good controls, and so you can beat the crap out of a boss, or a game where you hit the attack button and like 2 seconds later you go, ugh. And the actual attack hits here. Nothing tells you that, of course. Not that I'm accusing Dark Souls of being that bad. That would be Kingsfield 4. But you get my point. A lot of people, and again, I'll count myself on this, tend to have that problem where we assume a game is harder because it is worse. Looks like we finished Ponyta, Cyndaquil, and Buizel. Hey. Nice. Good lord. Okay. Can we, like, grind Pokemon up into candies in this game? Asking for a friend. True, Darkrai, but if you're paying attention, that's not what I said at all. You hit the button, you stand there for 2 seconds, and then, oh yeah, we should do the swing, and then you do a really, really slow swing with a one-handed weapon, and the attack is up here. Darktide. Now, Darktide is a visually gorgeous game. I actually have a lot of issues with Darktide. Not the least of which being the fact that it effectively has no content. But that game... let's bring out... Darktide is a worse Vermintide 2. That's absolutely correct. It was fun for when we played it, and then we beat it. We had done all the levels and unlocked all the content. I was like, okay. And then we put it down. If they ever add any content, that'll be cool. I rather doubt it. Let's go turn in some quests real quick. Like it or not, the team behind those games, which I can't remember their name right now, tend to be rather aggressively monetizing. I've never been able to really put words to it, Lo. Like, legitimately, Elden Ring, Dark Souls, they look gross. I don't have a better word to put it. They look unpleasant to look at. Like, I actively want to stop looking at those games. I don't have a... But yeah, they look depressing is a good word for it. I call it dirty. But when I say dirty, people think I mean, oh, so there's like smudges of mud and stuff. And no, I mean like the game looks dirty. Like I physically want to stop looking at the game. It's hard to explain. Like I've tried to explain it before and I've never really succeeded. Including right now, I might add. What in the world is that? Oh, that's an Oshawott. Okay. You've made progress. It seems you've earned a star. Vulgar's a good word. I like that. Why doesn't she have any eyebrows? You're gonna use feather balls. Now I can make super potions. Super potions. We need to... So, does anyone know, because they haven't tutorialized this for me yet, where the upgrade your inventory thing is? If not, we need to start getting acquainted with the bank. Oh, hey, there is online trading. I was told there wasn't. Yeah. Hey, Rama. He does not say anything to me. All he does say, go to the 3rd floor. So, I assume there's a reason he's telling me to go to the 3rd floor. Hey, Brigwin. Yeah, like, I imagine several of you understand the overall vibe I'm describing. And obviously it's going to vary from game to game and person to person. Some games are just unpleasant to look at for us, for whatever reason. And we just look at them like... And they just repulse us, you know? That's the Dark Souls games for me. I just... I spend the majority of my time playing a Dark Souls game trying very hard not to look at it. What? We have a farming feature, too? Obviously, we haven't unlocked it yet, but... Yeah, it literally could just be the aesthetic of the fact that the worlds are dead and dying, and that's it. They did a very excellent job of portraying, you know, a dead and dying world. Although dead and dying don't even get across. Rotting is the word. Just... pustulant. I'm I'm actually struggling to come up with a better word than that. I think that's a good word. Ushtulant. Yeah, it's like Papa Nurgle looked at that and was like, yes! And he was very happy about it. What? Oh, interesting. Apparently the X candies are back. But yes, you can put bits into 3 games. So, Rama. Well, hang on a second. Dante's Inferno. I would actually agree with that. It was one of the reasons I vetoed Dante's Inferno. Hang on. Well, obviously it's not universal, Loke. I don't want to sound like it is. But, like, when I picture that aesthetic of Dark Souls, Sekiro, Bloodborne, and Elden Ring, that's the first thing that pops into my mind, is just that. Ugh. Franbo is our one and probably only Black Licorice game. It literally established a precedence for us to not play games like that ever again. This is distinct from something like, say, Cuphead, which I just don't like the aesthetics of. I can watch it just fine. I've seen full speedruns of that game. Yep, there it is. Fallout New Frontier. Franbo, Dream Whisperer. A game I can't really recommend. Yeah, it wasn't even a good stream. That's one of those really awful things. We've streamed plenty of bad games that have been good streams. Oops. But like, there we go. Okay, that makes more sense. I did, Jay Palmer. Thank you for asking. Okay, let's go here. What's Little Nightmares, Loke? Let's stick with this for now. Oh god, here we go. I'm gonna click Little Nightmares and it's gonna be in my brain forever. Oh god, it's hideous! No, well, that is pretty gross, yeah. Like, that's kind of disturbing. Hello, Luco. I hope your day is going well. Okay. Yeah, I'm actually hungry too. It's time to die then. Yeah. I can actually make heavy balls. Interesting. Yeah, I have no interest in the FNAF series. I've been told I should, because obviously there's such deep lore to the series that I would have to be involved in the series. You can imagine how accurate that sentence is. You're starting to repeat yourself, Luco. That hunger's really throwing you. Oh, I don't remember. Some viewer, in fact. Okay. Sure. Let's go exploring a little bit, shall we? Why not? Yeah, I saw Matt Pat did his final official video. Don't blame him. YouTube is not a fun place to be. I actually know, I want to say like 5 different YouTubers that I'm aware of have been quitting YouTube over the last several months. Or are on the verge of quitting YouTube. Who? I would have to go and look up names, of course. So I'm not going to bother doing that. Am I one of them? I quit YouTube like 6 years ago, dude. I am a streamer. As we all know, streaming is the hardest job in the world. Anyways, thank you for being part of the show, Luco. Unfortunately, I do not remember what your usual is. So you're going to have to help me out here. Capcom game of my choice. Oh, we've got Dragon's Dogma 2. Street Fighter 5, I want to say? Or is it 6? Yeah, PMD and probably Rain World Act. I'm not great with remembering usuals, I'm not going to lie to you. Got it. You got it. Definitely Street Fighter 5. Street Fighter 5. Looks like Street Fighter 5 isn't even on the list. So, 6 it is. Yours usual, Jay Palmer, is Season 1 of 24, Ace Combat 10, and I forget what else. Now, hold up. I'm going to take offense to that, Blue Fusion Volt. In fact, what I was actually just about to talk about, Seek and Destroy, that's the other one, is how irritating it is that... So, for those of you not aware, someone was like, streaming is the hardest job in the world. And that's stupid, obviously, for a lot of reasons. But what's really irritating about that is, because that's such a stupid statement, it has been generating pushback that streaming is an easy job, which is bullcrap. Streaming is actually an extraordinarily hard job. It's just not the hardest job in the world. Yeah, we're just avoid this death Snorlax here. There we go. Won't mind me. The hardest job in the world? Well, I have no idea. Mental health care, maybe. I don't know. Anyways, my point being, it's kind of a straw man thing. Something that a lot of people tend to do. And they'll do this deliberately. I'm not accusing whoever of this, I'm just saying. Is they will say something wrong, but they will say it, or sorry, they will say something right, but they'll say it in a ridiculous and nonsensical way so people will push back against it, which therefore defeats the point being made. Essentially trying to defeat your own argument. But you can see why it's kind of a straw man thing. I will have to take your word on that, Yura, because I didn't know that it was a she, and I didn't know that she said that. All I've been hearing is everyone else's discourse about it. And that's been where my ire has been coming from. There is an extraordinarily large number of people who have been absolutely pushing back against the idea that streaming is the hardest job ever, and therefore been talking about how streaming is a super easy job, and blah, 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 blah. And it's like, yeah, okay, thanks. As the old saying goes, try it sometime. Hell, I bet if Rax was here, he would tell you how hard it is to keep up with me streaming when he joins us for streams. Sherpas, maybe? Cauldron? Either way, you'll forgive me for getting defensive about that. Because I bust my ass off 7 days a week. 12 hours a day. But no, I don't have a hard job. I don't have a real job. Is it easier than tech support? No, I would say it's harder. In fact, I would actually say this is the hardest job I've ever worked, in all sincerity. No, I give access to my Discord all the time. All you have to do is pop on and ask Dante Bronson. It would be more accurate to say that the Discord is not open to everyone, it's open invites. Is it the most enjoyable job? Yeah, absolutely. This is definitely the most satisfying job I've ever had. I'm not complaining. I am stating fact. I work my ass off, but I usually have at least satisfaction at the end of the day. And I don't wake up every morning dreading waking up every morning. I'll take that trade-off. Brigwin, are you there? Could you please get me an invite for Dante Bronson? Please and thank you. Yeah, actually, if I can add one other thing here, and this is bragging. Oh my god, that's level 25. I would say that a lot of people don't have... How do I explain this without sounding completely insulting? I think most people don't have the skill set or experience necessary to be their own bosses. It reminds me of that old quote. Why don't you just take the day off? You're your own boss, right? Discipline. Good word. Thank you, Yura. Now, it's not like anybody couldn't learn those skills if they chose to and wanted to, but I think most people don't bother because they don't really have any reason to, right? These are very high level. I need to get out of here. Actually, yeah, it's a good way to put that, Inamisho. Actual management is a real job with real consequences and real skill sets involved. As opposed to just, you know, what you usually are probably thinking of when you think of managers. Just get Dark Souls my way through here, don't mind me. This is some of the least offensive raspberry jam I've seen in a while. I'm with it. It's just enough that I notice it without it actually hitting raspberry jam. Actually, yeah, Darkrai, to be very blunt. Yeah, they really want to kill me. Like, they really do. I'm just gathering as I try to get out of this higher level zone here. I wonder if I can, like, sneak out of combat. Looks like I can. Hey, okay. Yeah, I've been gathering this whole time. Come on, show me your back. Show me your back. No! Abra! Woo! One of my favorite Gen 1 types, and if I'm being completely honest, for all the wrong reasons. It's because Psychic is broken in Gen 1. Hey, here, see this tree? You notice how it's got, like, the acorns and stuff in it? I got 5 acorns out of that. That's how you gather, or rather, it's how you can gather. It also gives experience to the particular Pokemon doing it. So it's kind of a win-win. Yeah, I never got an Alakazam back in Gen 1, because obviously, I think I've mentioned this before, the first time I ever had the ability to trade Pokemon was Gen 4. Because I never had anybody nearby who either had another game, had the link cable, or cared. Yeah, I don't want to fight that. Yeah, let's get out of this higher level zone, shall we? So far, I find it laughable, to be honest with you, Inamisho. But it is a different vibe, and I do like the fact that it's being set in the past, at least. Okay, back in the safe zone. Jesus. I do like how I can just be like, yeah, sure, gimme right now. Wong. Let's save really quick, and then I'm going to AFK rather briefly. Listen, it's not my fault my character's wearing an ascot, okay? When I say this game has performance issues, I mean it has stuttering frame rate, periodically, depending on loadings. It's got pop-in issues all over the place. Occasionally the textures don't really work right. Unfortunately, I am failing at showing that off right now, but I've seen it several times. Yeah, it's just, it's a badly optimized game. That's really all it boils down to. Like, do you see that pop-in happening in the distance right there? That's a good example of what I'm talking about. Apologies, Vigilant. It's actually just a Snickers, because I didn't have much of a breakfast this morning, since I lost an hour. So that's cool. Thank you, Vigilant, as always. Also, I haven't seen the trailer myself yet. I've only heard people either praising it or bashing it. And nothing in between. And that is never a good sign. Fallout London, Old World Blues, and Alpha Centauri. Thank you again, Vigilant. The new Fallout show trailer. It's also an Amazon show, and they don't have a good track record, to be as blunt about that as I can. Not like I have time to watch TV anyways. Oh, so even your old professor decided to join us. Thank goodness I got here in time. As a Pokemon researcher, I can hardly miss out on a chance to observe an alpha, now could I? I suppose that's your business. Fine, as long as you stay out of the way. So this is Deer Track Heights. This is where I've long come to pay tribute to a special Pokemon. A Pokemon descended from one of the ancients, blessed by Almighty Sinnoh. That's not it. That's only a troublemaker here to disturb the peace with its racket. And that's what you're here for. To drive the interloper. I'll ensure your Pokemon are ready for battle. Okay, so I have a secondary goal. I need to get one of my Pokemon killed in this fight. In fact, I'm so confident in this goal, we're going to save for no reason. We'll send out you. Or not. Okay. Alright, Weasel, I need you to die. Hey, it's tutorializing the turn order thing that I've been using for several hours. So I'm level 12. Perfect. Die, Weasel, die! Good job. Oh yeah, you can actually see whether it's effective, super effective, or not effective right there, by the way. So, that's cool. That's pretty much straight out of Pokemon Shield, but it's still a good feature, and I still like it. And you go. You really are an impressive one. Seeing someone beat an alpha like that. It reminds me of a legendary hero of old. No, I'm from the future. What world was that? It's the great word ear. Liar deer? Ear deer? He looks upon you with kindness. Actually, he's taken a liking to you. That's fortunate. He's an esteemed Pokemon that can dash across the expanses of Hisui while bearing a human on his back. A human he deems worthy, at least. He is a blessing to us all. Remarkable, truly astounding stuff. A Pokemon letting someone ride on it. It's just like the ride Pokemon of Alola. Captain Celine sent me. She said once Lorena carried out his request, we'd be able to set up base camp. About that, I know this is a joint decision by Adamon and the commander, but still, is it truly fine for us to set up more base camps like this? The Hisui region is a land created by Almighty Sinnoh for the sake of its Pokemon. As long as your goal is to coexist, then you can conquer as much land as you want. You have my thanks for what you did today. Our clan leader will hear of how you aided us. I'll come to show my appreciation with a proper reward as soon as you can. No thanks, lady. I'm only 15. If you want to coexist and thrive with Pokemon, we'll need to stop fearing them and start getting them to know them better. That starts with completing the Pokedex. Anyway, we should be able to have that camp set up before the construction corps arrives. We found a new settlement, everyone. There we have it. Heights Camp. From now on, when you set out from the village, you can ask to be escorted from this base camp to start your excursions directly from here. Yep. Another warp point. Another fast travel point. We got an Abra. Times you've seen it use teleport. Any old chum, the usual potato mochi. Ugh. Do you have anything else to eat? Anything. Have you all heard the grave news? The frenzied Cleavor from the rumors ended up mauling some of the Galaxy folks who went to investigate it this morning. The medical corps has had a hard time getting all the injured back on their feet. It's the Cleaver that was struck by powerful lightning, yes? I did hear he's been behaving most erratically since, Still, if further investigation is in order, the Survey Corps will, of course, step up to the task. A certain amount of danger is inevitable when researching unfamiliar Pokemon, but I'm sure Lormar can handle things just fine. Be certain, I've heard Cleaver's so mighty even an Alpha don't compare to him. Now you're forgetting the strengths of Pokemon are key items of information we of the Survey Corps are duty-bound to research. And since this perilous work of ours calls for a clear-headed and fighting fit physique, I believe a good night's sleep is in order. Yeah, can we have some real food? Like meat? Oh god, Inamisha, that would make way too much sense. Morning, Lord Runner. Hurry to the commander's office before he decides to use it for thermal practice. Thanks. Thanks for that wake-up call. Appreciate it. I should go with the Ultramarine. Yeah, did you hear about the guy who got, like, horribly murdered? It's great. It's wild how quickly it changes our feet. Look at that. Just whoosh. Whoosh. I mean, it makes sense. You don't wear your shoes inside. I mean, that's a big rule for me. Shenmue. No. Why would you do this? Why would you make me remember this nightmare? Actually, I should pull that out too. I mean, yeah, Shenmue arguably led to the Yakuza series. So if you want to play a worse Yakuza in every way, there it is. There you are. Let's hurry to the headquarters. Oh yeah, the best part about Shenmue? The story hasn't finished yet, and probably never will. I don't realize you're wasting Almighty Sinnoh's precious time by bowing to a sham. What? Ah. Oh my god. I can already tell where this is going. There you go again, insisting your false image of Sinnoh is a ruler of time. Our people follow the true Sinnoh, the creation of space. Correct, Inamisho. You could have all that space there is and still not know what to do with it. Excuse me, are you really suggesting you make better use of your time than we make of Hisui's space? Better than some. So miraculously showed up on time, oh mighty leader of the Pearl Clan. Yeah, he's probably... Yeah, get it. There's the Diamond Clan, there's the Pearl Clan. Deus Vult! I was worried you'd get so lost in the pointlessly vast space you're so fond of, you'd never show up. Me, get lost in Almighty Sinnoh's great lift to the Pearl Clan? In our world's very basis? You wish. I wish I hadn't let myself get dragged into arguing with you. Almighty Sinnoh, forgive me. What a waste of time. I believe it was you who started this. You can feel the tension when those two show up. You haven't met them, have you? The woman with the reverence for space is Irida, leader of the Pearl Clan. The man who's going on about time, Adaman, oh my god, leads the Diamond Clan. The Diamond and Pearl Clan grudgingly coexist at the moment. Apparently things used to be less peaceful. The boss, I mean the commander, is waiting. Yep, and we're Team Galaxy. Well, things are starting to grow, so that's cool. By the way, I haven't minded the textures in this game for the most part, but I have found one texture that's awful. And it's that dirt right there. Look at that dirt. That is an awful texture. It actually looks out of place in this game. Like, look at it right next to the grass. That's just terrible. Yeah, that is N64 dirt. I saw the darndest thing. I was scouring the heartwood for crops we could grow in the fields when I saw it. A Pokemon called Cherrim, which changed its appearance before my very eyes. It was in the evening. The light was getting dim, and all of a sudden Cherim's petals closed right up, so it looked like nothing like a little flower bud. Wow, I thought I just witnessed the miracle of evolution. The next morning, it was right back to full bloom. But why would it bloom to close back up? That's not how evolution works. Or was the change I saw something different? When you finish its entry, let me have a look, would you? Okay. You know, it's just a really low resolution texture. That's all it is. Even when you zoom out, you can tell. When you zoom in, it's really obvious. Listen, they don't call me the Brick Runner for nothing, Blue Hero. Can I buy from you yet? Nope. What do you intend to do about the Cleavor, Commander Kamado? You may be descended from a warrior of Almighty Sinnoh, but look at the mess he's causing. We can't sit back and let him rage on. You do get right to the point, Adam Man. Time wasted is lost. Now tell me, what would you have us do? Cleavor is a precious lord of the Pearl Clan. Is he not? That's the point. My clan can't directly intervene when the lord of the Pearl Clan is concerned. If my people were to do something, our two clans might end up back at each other's throats. Just like we used to be. But even the folk of the Galaxy team have been wounded, haven't they? Seems someone's got to do something here. Who then? Would the Diamond Clan have the Pearl Clan bring down one of its own honored nobles? I can't believe I said that. Thought it, maybe. Might as well have said it, you fool! Look, we don't even know what drove Lord Cleaver into such a violent frenzy. I'd like to know that myself, too. This is a first as far as my clan knows. Oh, I see you have arrived. This is Lord Runner, newest member of the Survey Corps. He's the PC, you see. I hear from Ma you earned Wordier's favor. Good to finally meet you, stranger from the Rift. I am Adaman, leader of the Diamond Clan, if you want to be formal. My hair is perfect in every way, especially the colors. If you came from beyond the space-time rift, could you be from the space where Almighty Sinnoh is said to reside? Yeah, I'm from Sinnoh. I'm Irida, leader of the Pearl Clan. Caution and foresight are my watchwords. So I have trouble believing such a tale. Could you really pass through the rift? Nah, I wouldn't worry about it. I have a proposition. Send this one to study Cleavor before deciding what must be done. Send the stranger who supposedly fell from the rift to study Cleavor? This newcomer with no experience? Says the leader with no experience. Being a good leader isn't a matter of time. It's a matter of embracing Hisui's vastness without fear. Yes, I get it. You like land, and you like water. Well, there you have it. If how new you are doesn't matter, give the kid his chance. I'm sold, Commander. Let's try your way. It should be fun. I'll get to see how good you galaxy folk really are, with all your weird ways. Putting Pokemon in balls and... ugh. The whole practice bothers me. Almighty Sinnoh made Hisui so vast so Pokemon can live freely throughout. We're meant to stand alongside Pokemon, not count ourselves above them. We do not use Pokeballs from a desire to control Pokemon. Only that we can live together. Allow us to show you what we can do. This is your mission now, Lorunner. Make peace between the two tribes. Okay. Look, I was just playing FF14. That's all I do in that game. I kill gods and I make peace. But I'm naturally suspicious of your presence. If you wish to be fully accepted and trusted, you must work hard. Work yourself to the very bone. That's healthy. Very Japanese. Yep, he's super strong. Got it. Higher level than 20 or whatever it was. Listen to me, the Galaxy Expedition team has come to the Hisui region as a group of outsiders. Some might even call us interlopers. We mustn't do anything to threaten our relations with Diamond and Pearl, understand? Don't worry, I will be very platinum. I'm just waiting for platinum to show up. Because it's gonna happen, right? Good, you're already here. So, getting right to it. I understand you've been requested to find out the cause of Cleavor's frenzied state. He's super strong. Pokeballs didn't work. He's trickier, aggressive. This mission will put you in extreme danger. Do you believe we can handle it? Yeah. Very well, let's go over the particulars. The Diamond and Pearl Clan revere their nobles because they believe their Pokemon serve the Almighty Sinnoh. They leave offerings to express their gratitude. Yeah, by the way, they have Pokemon as nobility. There's a thought. Maybe a good starting point of research would be to figure out what kind of offerings they normally leave. Runner, I need to speak with you. Can I help you? If that rift in space-time link seems like it connects to a whole other world, that world might be where the Almighty Sinnoh resides. The true Almighty Sinnoh. The one that rules over time! So if you go through the space-time rift, that might mean you travel through time. By Almighty Sinnoh's power. Think of it, you've just been swimming in its divine might. Anyways, I got a travel ask for you. Don't study Cleavor. Quell his frenzy. They certainly caught us a good time. We were just discussing our next steps. Must be that Galaxy Skull I heard. Good to meet you. Share some of that knowledge with me sometime. Let me elaborate a little. Pearl Clan have a lot of respect for Cleaver. You heard his title, Lord of the Woods. I'm sure they'd rather get this under control too, but it's hard for them to come right out and ask the Galaxy team, of all people, for help. Truth is, we have a similar problem on our hands. A Pokemon dear to us in the mountains has flown off in the same type of frenzy as Cleavor. Now, there's certainly bad blood between us and Pearl, but we've all got to share Hisui. That means we got to tackle our problems together. There aren't many capable of standing up to such powerful Pokemon. You're the best hope we've got. You'll find Cleaver at Grand Tree. That's the very heart of the Heartwood. His warden is a boy named Leon. He's a brilliant child, but also a bit... well, sometimes brilliance can be blinding, you know. He'll tell you all about Cleavor, whether you want him to or not. We'll be counting on you. Peace. She left quickly once he finished talking. I suppose he really values his time. They weren't wrong, you know. If you're ready to study and even quell Cleavor, you best start by visiting his abode. Our new heist camp should be a handy place. And you can stop by the pastures, too. You want to choose your best Pokemon. Got it. This is my Abra. No, Zubat. Perfect. So, I can't judge at this moment if being isekai'd was actually the correct move. Hi, Baggin. Yes, I will give you millions and millions of money to make it so I can carry more stuff. I'm guessing each one of these expands my space by, like, 1. But yeah, so far, if you asked me if I am in favor of the isekai, I would say a fairly firm no. Not a big fan. Like, I've never been into the isekai thing in general, but at least some cool and interesting things can be done with it if the person who is being isekai'd is from a sufficiently different narrative concept or world-building concept, such that where they're from and what they are has a substantial impact on where they're going. In this case, we're just a dude from Sinnoh, except in the future, which just means we're more familiar with Pokemon than the locals would be. And even that isn't really all that particularly interesting, because, you know, if we were just a local who happened to be really good at Pokemon, it would work exactly the same, right? Like, there would be no variance. So far, anyways. Yep, we now have slightly more inventory space. Also, yeah, like, I could see some very specific circumstances where this might have actually worked. But I'm not sure it does. No, I've never really liked the Pidgey Light lines in almost every one of these. I think Gen 8 is like the only exception to that for me. I'll help you out. Craft something using a special recipe. Excuse me, recipe. Bokeshi dolls. I need 3 lumber. Well, I only have 1, so we'll get to that. Oh, excuse me. Interesting. No, that's good, Darkrai. I don't need a Darkrai in my life. How are things, my good friend? I certainly hope you're putting that secret back-tick strike technique I taught you to good use. Either way, I have some super potions just for you. Think nothing of it. Having the Survey Corps out and studying Pokemon is great for business, you know. Supporting you now is actually an investment in my own fortunes. Now I must depart. There are ruins calling to me. Okay. Yeah, that's what I thought. Keep hitting the wrong buttons. Damn it. There we go. When does Dragon's Dogma 2 come out? You have time to catch Gyarados. Oh, so it's this month. Wow. Hang on, I'm out of stamina. I better stop for a minute. What am I doing? Sure. Is there falling damage? Kind of. Good to know. Yeah, no, I noticed that too, Dante Bronson. Oh, he saw me from a ways away, didn't he? Oh, jeez. Yes, Geodudes have at long last reached the point of actually pretending to be rocks. Listen, Paras are the greatest of all Pokemon. Although, actually, I've heard a lot of people like a lot of Pokemon over the years. You know, everyone has their favorites. I've never known anyone who prefers Paras. I'm sure there's someone, somewhere. Over what? Like as a favorite. Like, oh yeah, I love Paras. Or Parasect. Oh, I remember Von Falkenstein. You, of course, probably haven't seen my own video in FF14 1.0, but yeah. Yeah, it's worse than most people tend to remember. We're fighting the grass! Well, that sucked. Pokemon I want to catch that I know isn't in this game. I have no idea what Pokemon are in this game. So, while the answer is probably yes, I don't know of any. Well, there's only two possibilities, Yura. One is he will be taken to criminal court and brought up on criminal charges for his criminal actions, at which point his career will be over. Or two, that will not happen and it'll all blow over and he'll go back to having his job as if nothing changed. He might try to settle. Depends. That could go a lot of ways. After all, taking an obvious fraudster, who everybody in the entire universe knows is a fraudster, who we have objective, demonstrable proof is a fraudster, and then taking them to court does not always mean that that person will be found guilty, as has been recently found out just a few months ago. I think these are Bibarels. So it's something I've been wanting to test for a while, which I just did. I was seeing if characters got experience when they were passed out. I doubted it, but that would be a hell of a quality of life feature, wouldn't it? Tentacles, fine. Okay. Oh, there's worse than the completionist. Which is actually kind of sad, if we're being honest with ourselves. Like scumbag who steals from charity, lies about it, threatens the people who actually try to bring him to task for it, and then tries to pretend like the thing never happened. That's not a great person. Damn, the Bibarels are building here. I don't like that alpha, though. We're going to avoid that alpha. Like the plague. Some of it did actually need a show. A fairly small portion of it, which already doesn't actually line up with the receipts they themselves have actually provided. But yes, some of the money was actually donated. Although, that's an interesting question. Even if it was all the money that was donated, would that be acceptable? Would you find it acceptable that someone lied and stole for literal years, and then, oh, yeah, no, I'm cool, here, have the money. And that's assuming he actually did donate all the money, which, again, he did not. Like, it's an interesting situation, isn't it? And of course, people have to make their own judgment calls on that. Yeah, that's another thing. There's a difference between being sorry that you did something and being sorry you got caught. It's always hard to judge that, of course, because that comes down to character judgment, for lack of a better way to put it. Ooh, this looks nicer than the previous area. But, one thing I have noticed, and it's rare, but one of the easiest ways to tell if someone's actually sorry is if they apologize before they're caught. Yeah, we've also got some headache Pokemon down here. We just love that throw completely. Oh no! Uh-oh. Let's try it, screw it. Hi, Cyndaquil. I feel weirdly underleveled, which I kind of like, actually. I can't just steamroll over everything in one shot, which is always nice. That was actually my biggest complaint, by a wide margin, with the Gen 3 remake. You remember that one? Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire. That was way too easy of a game, and I don't like to use that phrase often. But yeah, that was too easy of a game. It got to the point where we actually went out of our way to not use our starter unless we were fighting something actually hard. I don't remember Darkrai. Good afternoon, Dark Prince Rowan. Is that a remix of a Gen 4 song? Because that sounds familiar. Hey, Rai. How's your day going? Don't mind me, I was just complaining about the Gen 3 remake. What's sad is the Gen 3 remake was okay otherwise. Like, it did several things right. This is the low punny, in addition to the Psyducks. Yeah, the Uras games, that's them. Was not super impressed with those when we played them on camera. I mean, again, I've played worse. Although I haven't played Pokemon Uranium yet. See you around, Blue Hero. Have a good one. It always feels weird to me that Bite would work, but it's a dark type, so... I know a lot of people are very fond of Gen 3, and I don't blame them. Gen 3... I personally would say Gen 3 is when Pokemon started becoming good games. Gen 1 was the tech test, right? It was the tech demo. Gen 2 was the first actual game. Gen 3 is when they started implementing actual design features and quality and blah, blah, blah. And then Gen 4 was moving forward, and then Gen 5 moved it forward, and blah, 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 blah. I can't believe that worked. I can't believe that worked. But part of the reason I bring up the Gen 3 thing, and I don't mean any offense to anybody about this, but one of the things I've noticed is a lot of people, the first game they played in a series that was actually good tends to be their favorite. You know, a lot of people think of FF4 as their favorite Final Fantasy, for example. Or Mega Man 2 as their favorite Mega Man. I don't know if I have a personal favorite. I'd have to really think about that. Or I could just review them. Bit by bit. And we'll decide, bit by bit, which my actual favorite is. Oop, 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 oop. Review them's cheating. It's so much more accurate! I actually played the crap out of Pokemon Yellow. Much more so than I played my original Gen 1 copy. Congratulations! He's a dork! Yeah, no, Pokemon Red is funny. Like, it's the simplest way I could put how broken that game is. It is absolutely funny. But for being honest, it's not a very good game. This is a remake. Duct tape and dreams. It's a very accurate way to put it. It really is. Agreed, Dante Bronson. Absolutely. I wish I could do that in this very game. I wish I could just have my Zubat following me around. Because eventually I want that to be a Crobat, obviously. Another low-quality feature I've noticed, when Pokemon are a certain distance, they have extremely low frame rate, and they, like you can see with that Zubat for a second there. It's not doing it now. But if I scooch a little bit, there you go. You see how it's like stutter, 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 stutter. Spit and chewing gum. Yeah, if you're going to render a Pokemon that far away, do it properly. It would literally be better if it was popping in than that crap. Uh-oh. 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 No! Don't do it, Mr. Red. Don't do it! Whatever you do, don't play. Don't even, like, distantly play. Starfield. God, I know, Darkrai. Don't know it. It's really weird. Well, like I said, Gen 3 is when they started really getting good. Started getting good, not finished getting good. Does anybody know if happiness even exists in Arceus? Real question. So I want my Zubat to be as happy as possible. Run! 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 That's right, this is the Dark Souls of Pokemon. No EVs or IVs. Well, hold on. Then what's that? I noticed the lack of abilities. That's an interesting one, because we generally don't review a game bad for something it is absent from previous games. We just don't give a positive. So I'm probably not going to give that a negative. Instead, that's going to be an absence of a positive, which is functionally the same thing. Because, yeah, abilities are a positive. Abilities are a good feature. It adds to the build gameplay of the series. So, no, it's actually fairly rare I play a game that does that. God, I have up special defense and down speed. If a platformer game took out the ability to jump, then we'd be playing Mario Wonder. Points if you get it. Maybe Enemy Show. I mean, this was designed to be tradable with the Gen 4 remasters. D-masters. Crap masters? I don't know. I shouldn't spit too much venom at them, but honestly, it goes back to what we were talking about with regards to the Mario movie. You remember that? The Gen 4 remasters are just such low effort remasters. Like, what the hell were you even thinking about? Put some actual goddamn work into it, you know? I've seen some really, really good remasters over the years. In fact, I've reviewed a few. And the Gen 4 things is just, what? What? Exactly, Darkrai. Just like the Mario movie. Like, I suppose I am biased here, and I recognize how hypocritical this sounds, because the Gen 1 remakes are honestly what I tend to use as the golden standard of proper remakes. And the Gen 2 remakes were good remakes, and the Gen 3 remakes were good remakes, and then the Gen 4 had that. You know? Like, what? Yeah, if they ever make a Gen 5 remake. Oh. And they made the sin of not even including Platinum, which is my personal favorite Gen 4. I am Leon of the Pearl Clan, the Warden to Cleaver, Lord of the Woods. By the way, no shinies yet. Have you noticed? We've got quite a few. And you, I've already deduced you have come to meet Cleaver. I'm right, aren't I? Of course I am. I can see it so clearly. After all, the powerfully awesome Cleaver has become even more awesomely powerful. Perhaps that strange lightning the other day was Almighty Sinnoh's divine power. But whatever it was, it struck my lord and left him imbued with awesome might. So I must turn you away, even if it pains me. It's too dangerous for you to meet Cleaver right now. I'll do anything. Oh, such earnest desire to meet Cleaver. I have to admit I'm struck by your passion. Work is my passion. I'm afraid your passion is not the real issue here. I've been told in no uncertain terms by Irida that I am to let no one near Cleaver. I'll fight you off myself if I assist. Yeah, sure, I'll fight you. Even though I have half my party dead, I bet I could still beat you. Although you do have a dragon, and I don't have any ice. What's your level? Yeah, we're fine. That would be really funny. Come battle me! Oh! Ow! What are you doing? You said to battle you. Oh god, that's it. We need Kiryu. We need Kiryu in Pokemon. That's your isekai right there. He just shows up. I will show you the error of your ways. And of course he's fine afterwards because it's Kiryu. So he's just laying there on the ground like, why are you beating me up? I don't understand. This is a battle. They have been defeated, but my point still stands. It's too dangerous to meet Cleaver now. You'll only welcome you'll get if you approach him as a flurry of devastating blows. Yet Majima just shows up like, I don't know how I got here, and I don't care! Normally I try to simply make him an offering, a nice heaping of his two favorite foods, which are... The ancestors of Cleaver, Weedier, and their cohort draw on Almighty Sinnoh's power to protect people and Pokemon alike. So it's said. It is by their grace that our clan, that any of us still lives in vast Hisui. No held items. Oh my god. Hey Rita, what are you doing here? How dare you? As you say, Cleaver has grown even stronger, but I'm afraid that strength poses a problem for us. If he was indeed struck by that lightning, could the bolt have been sent by the false Sinnoh that the Diamond Clan bows to? Cleaver means so much for our clan. I'd hope we'd bring the situation under control ourselves, not throw up our hands and ask some outsider for help. Rate her drip. She needs to put on some real clothes. But we must save Cleaver from this frenzy. Every moment it continues, the danger grows. If more people and Pokemon are attacked, it will lead to conflict with both the Diamond Clan and the Galaxy team. I like his hat, though. You, stranger from the sky, tell me, could the galaxy people actually fix this? Could an outsider find a way to quell our lord's fury? That's the hope. Very well. Leon and I will gather the food, in hopes that you might get close enough to make a proper offering. You! Go study him. What? The mysterious power now enables you to return to base camps in an instant. That is a feature I've already had. No, I'm serious. Being able to, like, just warp to, like, this has been in the game since the beginning. I've already used this feature. This game has very strange tutorialization. Have I said that? Oh, let's go heal our people. I will say, I do kind of like the fact that the load times in zones aren't bad. It's probably the only bit of optimization that's been decent the whole game. For all that popping, which you could see happening right in front of you right now. At least when I go, boop, it's just like this. Whoops. Oh, for God's sakes, like this. Like this. Like this. There we go. Boom, and we're there. So I'll give you that, game. It was too much, Arceus. Too much. I had to catch them all. That's quite the tidbit. Serving his favorite food will normally make him quite agreeable. I need to mull over this back in the laboratory. You should come along too, my boy. We caught a couple of Paris. Yep, let's get more money so we can get more inventory, so we can get more money so we can get more inventory. We have finished off Cyndaquil, Bidoof, Starly, Paris. Oh, we finished off Paris. Nice. Sometimes seen at the foot of trees in humid forests, the mushrooms on its back, called tochukaso, are not present on infant specimens and instead emerge as Paris matures. Nowhere on Baniri, or Bibarel, or Staravia, or Zubat. Well, we're kind of somewhere on Zubat. What do we need with that? We need to kill more Zubat. Zubat, kill your fellows. Oh, plenty, Dante Bronson. Have I done it on camera? No. But I have completed the Pokédex completely in... Platinum, Black and White, and Sword and Shield. I believe that's the full list. I don't remember Galgrim. According to the information you were able to learn from Irida and Leon of the Pearl Clan, with this normal course of events, the frenzied would be calmed by a nice serving of his two favorite foods. Yes, that's thank you for the repetition. I'm gonna give you an empty text, negative game. Stop repeating stuff. I'm not 5. Excuse me, I'm 10. My bad. I actually don't remember Dante Bronson, so I don't know would be the answer to your question. That's a good question, Ina Michelle. Kids aren't stupid. They don't need this kind of stuff repeated every 10 seconds. It actually irritates me how much fiction in general tries to treat kids as if they are stupid. Children are not stupid. This is something I am especially angry at a huge number of kids shows for. Oh, whoops. Come on, game. Yep. Yep. Mm-hmm. That's true. Kids can become stupid if you treat them stupid, which is another reason I tend to be against that idea. Eureka! I'm never doing FF11. We have to throw the food. You want? Okay, sure. I'll go throw the food at him. Tea time balls. Why would you call them Leventon balls? It sounds, with a name like that, it sounds like I'm the one being launched in a frenzied fend. Yeah, I don't want to throw Leventon's balls. You know, I've been thinking about that, Dark Prince Revan. Speaking as someone who is unabashedly a fan of the Pokemon games, and has been for a long time, I've always wondered what a truly high-quality, high-polished Pokemon game would look like, because I don't think we've ever really had one. And I know this is going to raise some hackles, but I think the closest we've ever had to a truly polished Pokemon game was the Gen 1 remake. I think that's as close as we've seen. Because that was solid. Yeah, Fire Red and Leaf Green. There's a reason I use it as the example of the proper remake. Yeah, I was actually just wondering, because I've never looked it up. I don't know who actually developed Fire Red and Leaf Green. Get my EVs up here. I mean, it is possible, Yura. I don't want to sound negative, but I think it's unlikely. But it is possible. Interesting, I just noticed it actually shows us our stat values, even here. EVs, IVs, whatever they actually are in this version. Pseudo IVs? I don't know. There it is. It was another one. Who amongst the Japanese devs? Well, the obvious and easiest answer is Core Nintendo. Now, I've said Core Nintendo several times, but Core Nintendo is actually 3 separate development teams, and I don't remember what they're called, so you gotta give me a second to look this up. I was looking this up for the Mario series reviews, if you remember. Because like most major companies, they have several teams. Like how FF14 is made by Team 3 of the Square team, for example. I mean, that's the same devs, Darkrai. That's the problem. Although that's a rabbit hole to go down to understand why Sticker Star was as terrible as it was. Hang on. Here we go. This is what I'm looking for. So, Production Group 8 is the group that made Mario Odyssey, for example. Production Group 10 made Mario Wonder. And Production Group 3 is the Zelda team. Production Group 2 Works on things like Xenoblade, Kirby, and Fire Emblem. Production group 9 is Mario Kart. There's actually several other examples here. But of these, so who would I want to be, like, if I had to pick, like, let's put it into simple terms. Do you want the in-party team, which is Kirby, Xenoblade, Fire Emblem? Do you want the Zelda team? Do you want the 3D Mario team, the Mario Kart team, or the 2D Mario team? Which one do you want working on a new Pokemon game? Now, I will say at least 3 of those teams are well known for their polish. That's the Zelda team, the 2D Mario, the 3D Mario. All 3 of those teams have a long and studied history of taking their time and polishing the game to a shine, as we recently saw with Mario Wonder. So I immediately would pick one of those 3, but past that initial decision, that's what I'd have to think about that. I mean, I've heard Pokken is actually pretty good, Yura. I don't know if you've ever played it. That Galaxy Hall is one fine building, even from the outside. Well, 2 teams certainly got themselves a grand headquarters. I'll give them that. Oh, yes, I came because I had news that I thought you might be interested in. Better you actually see what's going on, though. Let's head to, what'd you call it? The Heights Camp? Gotcha, Shadow Machine. That makes sense. I spoke to Whiteear about what's been going on. Told him how you've been trekking all over the field and seeking a way to quell Cleaver's fury. All this from someone who's not even part of our clan or the Pearl clan. Just some wanderer who fell through the rift. Well, you can see how he responded. I trust you, appreciate it. Whiteear's found you worthy, you see, which means you'll need a flute like we have. Mind demonstrating for him, Mai? Definitely not a Breath of the Wild sound effect. Celestica flute that Mai just played. It's a precious tool that can be used to call in Whiteear so you can ride on him. Yeah, I hate all y'all. Y'all are terrible. Yeah, Game Freak is what we call a second-party developer. They're functionally different from the first-party developer teams, but they're only like one step away from that. They're not a true third-party developer because they don't do anything for anybody else. Yeah, I was going to say, Insomniac was a really good example of a second-party developer. It used to be more common than it is nowadays to have second-party developers. Like Capcom, for example, used to be a second-party developer. And, a lot of developers used to be second-party. And then they either switched to third or moved into first. The Mind Plate. Sweet! When used with certain Pokemon, it allows them to gain the power of Psychic type. Arceus, come here. I need to make you Psychic type. Yeah, a huge number of the studios under Microsoft's gaming division are functionally second-party developers, but there's asterisks there. We gained access to mounting. Oh, I like how fast that is. Just boom, done. Okay. I actually like this already. Look at that. Look at that. You can do it while moving, too. Yeah, it's quick. It's fast to go in and out of it. It's got a dash and it's got a jump. That's pretty nice, honestly. That's legit. Credit where credit is due. Yeah, no. We'll jot that down at a traversal. I think I'm going to agree with the crowd. I think I'm going to go with the Zelda team. Production Group 2. Give I hesitate on that for so long because I think Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom are not as good as previous Zelda games. But they're still really solid games, and they're definitely very polished games, even if I disagree with several aspects of their core gameplay and story. So, yeah. I would lean that way. That's true, I haven't played Tears. Hopefully I will soon. Hopefully. What's the name of the Pokemon that I've been writing? The deer Pokemon? Word Eater. I am too, Giga, honestly. Like, Breath of the Wild is such a weird one for me. I could speak of that one at some length because I actually streamed that one. And Breath of the Wild is this close to being an excellent game, and instead it's merely very frustrating, while also at the same exact time being really good. I love the shrines, I love the puzzles, I love the combat, I love the enemy design, I love the boss design. I even like the traversal. Little things, like the fact that you can climb any goddamn thing, or the glider, which is a weirdly huge game changer, you know. But then, by the same token, we have other problems, like the rain, or the lightning, or the inventory limitations, or the bad rewards for the bad 100%ing, and so forth and so on. Like, I wasn't even going to get into the durability problem, which is such a huge problem that will actually probably take like an hour fully laying out how bad the durability problem is when we get there. So, Breath of the Wild's in a weird place for me. Anyways, I have the real ability to dash over the hill and veil on the back of a Pokemon. Do a balloon race. Sure. 17 balloons. Let's do it. Oh yeah, you'll also notice while I mentioned the shrine design, I did not mention the dungeon design, which is honestly passable at best. Almost. Well, I don't know what we get for doing all of them, so screw it. Let's try it. One more try. And then I think I'll pause for lunch. I will say, one of the things that I think is one of the bigger mistakes they've made, and this is not exactly a new problem, is I think they made a mistake in trying to, for lack of a better way to call it, disconnect the Zelda games from each other. I know that sounds weird, since the continuity is one of the biggest issues, But the problem isn't the fact that the Zelda games have continuity with each other, it's the fact that they don't have good continuity with each other. That's a fail. Like, actually sitting down and doing their goddamn job is what I would prefer. Also, Zelda Rewrite win. I admit I'm a little biased because my favorite Zelda games are the ones that happen to be connected to each other. Properly connected to each other. There's a reason why those were the ones we covered for the lore run and nothing else. We got a nugget. Yeah, that was less than a second left if you were paying attention. And a rare candy. Well, that wasn't really worth it, but it's good to know. Something I also wouldn't mind is if they did, for lack of a better way to call it, arcs amongst the Zeldas. Which they kind of already did, if you're paying attention. In other words, instead of every Zelda is part of the same timeline, these 3 Zeldas are connected. These 2 Zeldas are connected. These 5 Zeldas are connected, etc. The problem is, because I know what you're about to say, but that's exactly what they do. They don't commit to it. That's the problem. It's like every Zelda is part of the same timeline, except for Breath of the Wild and Tears. Ignore those. Okay, sure. Anyways, I'm going to go ahead and break lunch and get my controllers charged here. I will see you after the lunch break.